डोळ्यामध्ये काही गेल्यासारखं वाटतं, प्रोलॉंग इरेक्शन, डायरिया, आणि सिरियस साइड इफेक्ट आहे ते मॅक्युलर इडेमा, म्हणजे स्वेलिंग इन द रेटिना आहे, जे डोळ्याची रेटिना आहे त्याच्यामध्ये स्वेलिंग दिसून येते. केराटिटिस, इन्फ्लेक्शन म्हणजे त्याचे जे कॉर्निया आहे त्याच्यामध्ये सूज दिसून येते, आणि हायली अँड पेनफुल पिरियड. व्हेरी नाईस. मला टायमिंग करते का?
Please, all participants, please mute your mic. All participants, please mute your mic.
Okay, sir. Sir, आवाज.
Participant, please mute your mic.
Saurabh sir, please make me co-host.
Okay, sir, I will make it.
Does Alulkar sir join?
No sir, not it.
Good morning, Aruti sir. Kindly check. I have make you go.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, sir. Please. Namaste. Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
Ajinkya sir, good morning.
Good morning sir, good morning.
Sir, Alulkar sir join होता है था?
Okay sir.
Sir,
Ajinkya sir
has also joined.
Join Alulkar sir?
No, Vibhuti sir has joined.
Yeah.
Ajinkya sir, am I okay?
Yes sir, yes sir. Yes sir.
Ajinkya bhi sir, good morning. You can join now. Ajinkya, बहु join होता है. Please unmute your mic, participant.
Saurabh sir,
Yes, sir.
can you please make Arote sir co-host?
Yes, sir. I will make it right away.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yeah. Please make a co-host to Alulkar sir and Rupesh Bhav also, if they join.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Sir, has sir joined?
Alulkar sir. Yeah, okay. अजिंक्य आलुलकर सरांनी जॉईन केलंय.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, ask Mr. Shinde to make Alulkar sir co-host also.
Hello, Alumkan sir. You are co-host now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ajinkya, you can start with the.
A very good morning and warm welcome to all the participants. Chief guest, Dr. Nagesh Alkar sir, Dean Pharmacy, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Donere, Raigad. So now it's time to welcome Dr. Alkar sir. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Management, Principal, and entire staff. Sir, heartily welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So now, time to seek blessings from Lord Saraswati and lighten the lamps for the inauguration ceremony of this 2 days national level event, workshop on GPAT and other pharma competitions.
Remaining participant, please mute your mic. Yeah, Ajinkya, continue.
So after seeking the blessings from Lord Saraswati, now it's time to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir, Dean Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Donere. A brief profile of Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir. Sir has completed. Participants can switch on their mic. Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir has completed his bachelor's from Government College of Pharmacy, Karad in 1996. He has completed his master's from the same institute, that is Government College of Pharmacy, Karad in 1998. He has completed his PhD from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra in January 2012. Talking about experience of Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir, sir has total experience of 23 years of teaching at undergraduate level and 14 years of teaching experience at a postgraduate level. Currently, he is working as professor and principal at Satara College of Pharmacy, Satara. He has attended 24 conferences, workshops, and seminars. He has also completed 2 sponsored projects funded by Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Talking about grants received by Alulkar sir, he has received 7 lakhs grant from AICT New Delhi under Faculty Development Program for the year 2013-14. He has also received a grant of rupees 12 lakhs from AICT New Delhi under Research Promotion Scheme for the year 2013 to 2015. He has also filed a patent. He has also authored a book. Talking about his publication, he has total 54 publications in national and international journals of repute. He has presented more than 20 papers or posters. He has delivered 12 guest lectures. And talking about the students registered for PhD and MPharm under his guidance, our total for PhD is 4 and total for MPharm it is 48. Talking about membership of professional associations, he is associated and life member of Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India. He is the life member of Indian Society for Technical Education. So responsibilities at university level that Dr. Alulkar sir is handling is, he is in charge Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. He is chairman for Board of PG Education in Pharmacy at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. He is member of Academic Council and Executive Council for Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. He is reviewer for many national and international journals. This is the brief profile of Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir. Now it's time to welcome Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir. So I request Principal Dr. Arote sir to welcome Alulkar sir. Sorry, I request Dr. Arote sir to welcome Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir.
Welcome, sir. Dr. Alulkar sir, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Please accept this token of love and respect from our side.
So accepted.
So now it's time to inaugurate this national level event, that is 2 days workshop on GPAT and other pharma competitive exams.
Saurav, please mute other mic. Saurav. Yeah, Ajinkya, you can start.
Yes, sir. Now we will inaugurate the today's function. So after the inauguration of this event, I would like to brief this event in short. So, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy is always working for the development of students and achieve the academic excellence. In view of this, we had thought and had a motto to make students competent for this competitive world and make them excel in the competitive exams like GPAT, NIPER entrance test, and other pharma competitive exams. With this motto, we had organized this national level workshop and got association from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. I am very thankful to our university for this association. So this event was being organized for all the pharma graduates and postgraduate students in order to succeed into the competitive exams. The motto of this event was to bring a platform or gather the students on a platform where they will receive the guidance from eminent faculties from pharma fraternity having more than 15 years of experience and had an interaction with the students who had qualified the GPAT and NIPER entrance test and received all India rank. So this platform will provide the discussion forum to all the participants present over here with the eminent faculties. So we had got a very good response from entire country. More than 10 states, including Maharashtra, had participants. The total number of registrations that we received is 22,275, which is a very good number on organizing this workshop. The states which has participated or the participants from the states other than Maharashtra are Gujarat, Odisha, Uttaranchal, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, and many more. So this is the brief introduction of this program. Now it's time for the keynote address from Principal Dr. Sanjay Arote sir. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ajinkya. Good morning, everyone. Professor Dr. Alulkar sir, Dean, Patron of Pharmacy Sciences, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. Honorable Rupesh Bhau Darade sir, Director, Matoshri Education Society. Professor Awad sir, all participants, and my dear faculty. It gives me immense pleasure to organize and inaugurate this national level workshop on GPAT and other pharma competitive examinations in association with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. Basically, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy has always been trying to achieve the academic excellence. The motto behind organizing this national level event was to make the student aware about GPAT and other pharma competitive exams, right way to study for achieving the success in these examinations. The changing scenario of pharmacy is making the student to attempt the examinations. In order to achieve a success in such an examination, it is highly required to get a guidance from the eminent personalities or the expert from the areas. Qualifying the examinations like GPAT and others provide the students a financial assistance for higher education. So in view of this, we thought to provide a platform to all the students across the country to discuss with experts and get ready for competitive examinations. I would also like to express that this event got a huge response. As Ajinkya says, more than 2,200 students have already participated from 11 states of the country. I hope all the participants will get benefited from this workshop and succeeds in future. I would like to thank Honorable Management, Rupesh Bhau Darade, for motivating us always for conducting such events. I would also like to thank Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, for providing their association for conducting this mega event. I would like to congratulate and give my best wishes to coordinator, Professor Ajinkya Pote, co-convener, Professor Mahendra Giri, and my entire team of Matosri Institute of Pharmacy on arranging this national level workshop on GPAT and other pharma competitive examinations. I wish all the best for the event. Thank you very much. Mr. Ajinkya, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your best wishes. Now it's time to listen to our chief guest, Dr. Alulkar, sir. Sir, please.
Good morning to one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning to one and all.
Good morning, sir.
On behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, and on behalf of Faculty of Pharmacy, Dibatu, Lonere, I wish all the participants that you have participated in such an event in such a huge number, because sir has told that more than 2200 participants has participated in this mega event, and sir is lucky that sir has got the support of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for the conduct of this program. So at the outset, the management representative, Rupesh Bhahudarade, is present for this program. My friend Rote sir, Pote sir, co-convener of this program, Giri sir, and all my dear participants. This program is really a wonderful session because the participants from 11 states has participated. This is an indication that the students has more interest in listening to whatever that is going to happen in coming 2 days. More important thing is that there is a increasing awareness among the students regarding competitive examinations. In these 2 days, the speakers will give you an insight regarding not only for GPAT examinations, but other competitive examinations too. Let me tell you that you are studying such a wonderful course, because this course, during these 2 years of pandemic, you might have seen that there is a increasing demand for this course. But friends, taking education to only UG level is not sufficient. You have to go for PG education, and for going for PG education, qualifying GPAT examination for getting the stipend is very, very essential. And sir has taken a step ahead for organizing such kind of event, which will give you an insight regarding GPAT examination and other competitive examinations too, because this is the era of competition. Those who are succeeding, they will be rewarded. But for getting success, you have to have a kind of direction. You should get some kind of information, a right direction, and what we can say, the more important thing is that the knowledge which is associated with how to prepare for examination, because so many students are studying, they are not studying in the right way or in the right direction. So I hope that this particular event will give you an insight what will be the right direction for study, from where you have to collect the information, how you have to proceed for your study, how to manage your time, how to go for mock tests, and at the end of the day, you will really get an insight what should be your way to success and how you should plan for your work. Because planning is very, very important. Just not planning, but execution is too very, very important. So my dear friends, those who are participating in this event and attending this 2 days event, which is supported by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University and organized by Matosri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, you should take most of the benefits of these sessions, which will be conducted for your benefit. And more important is that you should not only listen, but you should jot down the very important points that will be given by the speakers in these 2 days. At the end, I wish all the best to this workshop and wish all the success to all the participants for their future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, Orator sir. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable words and guidance. Your words has motivated all the participants and faculty who are joined this event. So now it's time for the speech of Director, Mr. Rupesh Bhau Darade, sir. Sir, please.
Darade sir, please. Might have some technical problem.
Yes, might be he's facing some technical problem. Okay, so this is the end of the inauguration program, and so I would like to propose vote of thanks. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for their association in organizing this entire event. I am also thankful to management, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, for providing us the permission and platform for organizing this event. I am thankful to Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir, Chief Guest and Dean Pharmacy, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. I am thankful to Principal Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, for providing us the permission and supporting us for organizing this event. I am thankful to co-convener Mr. Mahendra Giri sir for his untired efforts. Last but not the least, I am also thankful to all the faculty members of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy and all the participants for their patient listening. So I declare that the inauguration program is over, and now we will start with our first session, that is GPAT Why and How, delivered by Mr. Somnath Vibhute sir, Head Training Placement and Entrepreneurship Development Cell, Rajarshi Shahu College of Pharmacy, Buldana. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, Yeola. So now it's time to introduce today's first speaker, that is Somnath Vibhute sir. Somnath Vibhute sir, currently working as Assistant Professor and Head Training Placement and Entrepreneurship Development Cell, and also working as PG Coordinator for Rajarshi Shahu College of Pharmacy, Buldana. He has completed his bachelor's from Government College of Pharmacy, Amravati University. He has completed his master's from SN Institute of Pharmacy, Pusat, District Yavatmal. He is currently pursuing his PhD from Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. Talking about grants fetched by sir, he has received 6,20,000 from AICT for research promotion scheme. Sir has total 20 publications in national and international journals and published one patent with Dr. Shri Jain and Dr. Prakash Kendra. He has also been resource person at FDP sponsored by RUSA HRD Government of India. He has delivered guest lectures on GPAT at various institutes. He is winner for zonal level poster presentation competition at Avishkar organized by Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. He has also been coordinator for InnoSpire, a national level innovative idea competition for budding pharmacist organized by Rajarshi Shahu College of Pharmacy, Buldana. He is certified ISO auditor. Some of the other responsibility that sir has handled: he is head Industry Institute Interaction Cell, he is head Training Placement and Entrepreneurship Development Cell, and previously he was NSS officer. Some of the extracurricular activities that he has done: he was the lead college cricket team in 50 overs leather ball matches in university games. He was lead in college cricket team in state level Pharma cricket championship organized at Nagpur. So this is the brief introduction of today's first speaker, that is Somnath Vibhute sir. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy principal and entire participant. Sir, please accept this bouquet as a token of love from us.
Welcome, Professor Vibhute sir.
Now I request Professor Vibhute sir to start his session. Saurabh sir, can you please unmute Somnath Vibhute sir?
Very good morning, one and all. I'm audible?
Yes sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Convener of this function, respected Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, co-convener Professor Mahendra Giri sir, young and dynamic coordinator of this event, Professor Ajinkya Kote sir, all the participants, organizing committee members, once again, very good morning and greetings from Rajarshi Shaw College of Pharmacy, Buldana. Before that, let me have a word with Ajinkya Kote sir. Ajinkya Kote sir, many participants, they are waiting and they are eagerly waiting for Google, that is YouTube and Facebook link. Could you please share?
Yes sir, we have shared that link too in the groups.
Okay, but many participants, they couldn't register, but still they are waiting. They wish to attend the session, and would you please share that link on my WhatsApp, please?
Yes sir, I had shared to you too.
Okay, and would you please start the recording? Because I think recording is not done so far.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Please. Someone please add the participants. Please let me know whether the slide is visible or not.
Yes sir, it is visible.
Visible.
Please avoid annotations. Okay. To start with, let me appreciate the efforts taken by Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy.
मीटिंग लाईव्ह आहे आणि जवळ 550 पेक्षा जास्त जण युट्यूबला आहेत. खूप चांगला रिस्पॉन्स मिळाला. 2200 पेक्षा जास्त तर रजिस्ट्रेशन होते सर. चालेल.
Yes sir, you can continue. Sir, your voice is not audible. Can you please unmute?
I am unable to.
Yes, yes, it is audible now.
Okay. And please disable the annotations by others. There is one option because
Yes
many.
sir, yes sir.
Okay, let me try disable annotation. Okay. I'll do that. Please don't use annotations, everyone. Ajinkya sir, please ask to add participants. Okay, once again, I appreciate the efforts of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy for this wonderful event. And I'm thankful to organizers for granting me this opportunity to have an interaction with wonderful participants. Please avoid the annotations. Don't draw the lines. Ajinkit sir, would you please?
Yes, sir. Sorry for inconvenience.
Okay,
Participants, please don't do any annotations. I will make the settings, sir. You can continue, please.
Okay. So, the topic of our today's discussion, GPAT, why and how. This topic is very close to my heart, and I accepted this invitation because if someone is going to ask me what is GPAT, so I'll say that GPAT is nothing but an opportunity. So to start, let's start. Let's start with disclaimer. The contents in this presentation are solely the views of the presenter. That is, these are my own views, and no one is responsible. Even my affiliating institute is not responsible for the contents and the views. The images I have used in these presentations are downloaded from Google search engine, and no copyright is intended. So, graduate pharmacy aptitude test, GPAT, conducted by National Testing Agency. As the word is there, National Testing Agency. So we can say, what is GPAT? GPAT is nothing but one national level opportunity. Now we have to discuss why GPAT? Why we should prepare for GPAT? Why we should prepare for GPAT? Anyone from participants? What do you think? Why should we prepare for GPAT? Anyone? Yes, please. Any participant? Anyone? At least one.
To get good knowledge. Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Yes.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Good morning,
Very good.
sir.
Good morning. Who is this?
Abhishek Kasaudan from the Basti RCC College of Pharmacy.
Yes, please.
Sir, GPAT is important for our career because it's having the much important for our career.
Very good.
According to our lecturer, our lecturer has told that after doing the B Pharma, M Pharma is wasted by because we had not done the GPAT because we did not get a good platform to make our career beautiful and happy. That's why we want to be know from yours university and your blessed topics to get knowledge about the GPAT and all this. I know I do not know much about the GPAT, but I joined this workshop to know the everything about your pleasure, my pleasure to be know.
Okay, thank you. Your good name, please. Yes, young man. Your good name?
Abhishek Kasaudan. Abhishek Kasaudan.
Okay,
Hello,
okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself Krishna Renge. I am from Pravara Rural College of Pharmacy, Pravara Nagar.
And you are from Parbani?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, Krishna, please.
Sir, GPAT is important for the taking the M.Pharm admission as well as the PhD.
Very nice. Very nice.
Because if qualified the GPAT, then no give the examination for special for PhD.
That's great. Very nice. Very nice.
And GPAT is one of the platform for the good taking the knowledge because knowledge capacity is a depth. for this particular subject.
Okay. So
Yes.
thank you very much, guys, for your valuable inputs and your participation in the discussion. So many reasons are there, but before discussing many reasons and making why, please watch this image carefully. Everyone, every participant, please. I request you to watch this image carefully.
Sorry for interruption, but can you switch your slides to presentation mode?
Yes, it's on presentation mode itself.
No, sir. Actually, it is not visible in presentation mode.
Okay, let me stop and check again. Now, sir. Ajinkya, sir.
Yes, it is visible in presentation mode.
Please mute. I'm experiencing noise. Okay. We can say the father carrying his son on his shoulder. That is a father shouldering the responsibility of his son, in short. The purpose of discussing this presentation is one incident I would like to share with you. Which language we are comfortable with? Because many participants are from outside Maharashtra. So we can go for English, Hindi and Marathi. And also come to know that some participants are from abroad also, couple of participants. So basically we'll try to go for English and then Hindi. And then sometimes we'll try for Marathi also. So if you watch this picture carefully, a father carrying his son on shoulder. Before we start and discuss this presentation, let me share one incident. Way back, it's a incidence of almost 7 or 8 years back. So I was having interaction with final year students. On that day, they appeared for their last paper of final year. And in evening, I was having interaction with 3 students. What's your plan after B.Pharm? So first student replied, sir, I had to go for marketing. Second, sir, I had to go for production. And third, this reply is very, very important. Listen carefully. The third reply was, sir, as such, I want to go for post-graduation. But my father, my parents, they don't, you can say, they are not in capacity to pay the fees. They don't afford the fees of M.Pharm. And hence, I am looking for job. Very pity. Point to ponder. Okay, one student wished to go for post-graduation, but due to inability of his parents to pay the fees, now he has to give up post-graduation and he has to go for job. What is your comment? We may feel sorry for that guy. हम उस स्टूडेंट के बारे में हमें दया आ सकती है, लेकिन मुझे दया नहीं आई, मुझे गुस्सा आया. What was the answer? Why? I was angry because the answer was my parents don't afford my fees. जिस बंदे को 12th तक पढ़ाया, डिप्लोमा कराया, ग्रेजुएशन तक उसे अफोर्ड किया, उसकी लाइफ उसके पेरेंट्स अफोर्ड कर रहे हैं, और आंसर आता है कि सर मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरी फीस अफोर्ड नहीं करते. कान के नीचे लगाना चाहिए ऐसे बच्चों को. गुस्से वाली बात है. My second question was that, Matt, in second year I have discussed GPAT with you and asked, you have already done diploma, you have some background of pharmacy, and you can crack this GPAT examination so that you won't need any fees to be paid because you will be earning stipend. आपको बताया गया था, सेकंड ईयर ऐसा चला गया, थर्ड भी चला गया, फाइनल ईयर में तो आपने टाइम पास किया है, और एट द एंड हम ब्लेम किसे कर रहे हैं? अपने पेरेंट्स. बहुत बहुत गुस्सा आया, बहुत गुस्सा आया. So my sincere request to the all participants and students, अगर कल ये नौबत आप पर आती है, अगर आप GPAT क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाते हो, तो प्लीज डोंट ब्लेम योर पेरेंट्स फॉर द फीस. कौन कहता है पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन के लिए फीस लगती है? आपको आपका स्टाइपेंड सिक्योर करना होता है. उसके लिए एफर्ट्स लेने होते हैं. यू हैव टू ट्राई योर लेवल बेस्ट. इसीलिए ये इमेज यहाँ पुट की है. तो किसी के लिए कुछ भी वाई हो सकता है. एवरीवन हैज डिफरेंट वाई. फर्स्ट वाई इज पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन. Non-zero positive score is needed, and that is stipend. Then one guy has mentioned PhD. Yes, absolutely. If you are GPAT qualified student, you don't need to appear for any kind of entrance examination. पहले आपका पहले registration होता है. Then research fellowship. Just go through this table. Research fellowships, associateships, and you can find the word GPAT. You can find the word GPAT, and you can check the fellowship amount there. You can check existing fellowship amount and revised amount. You can find. अभी होता ऐसा है, apart from that research fund, if you are going to apply for any research grant, Ajinkya sir mentioned, Somnath Vibhutesh received research grant of 6,20,000 because as a co-applicant at that time, I qualified GPAT. And while doing research, you can earn money, guys. You can have money from different agencies. So already Ajinkya Potesar shared the example that this person has secured research grant of 6,20,000. Even for your research, you can take money, finance from funding agencies. Now, this is the major area of concern. That is stipend. See the faces. First girl here, second guy, and this third girl. They are happy. They are students. Why they are happy? Because they are earning money in the form of stipend. Now they don't bother about the fees and expenditure. This hard-earned money, this stipend. These are the guys representing GPAT qualified students. Do you think they need any kind of assistance? Financial assistance to pay fees from parents? No, absolutely no. So see the joy. This is the major reason to prepare for GPAT. And stipend, which can keep educating yourself. Try yourself, try your level best to earn this stipend, to keep educating yourself. So many reasons are there. अब होता क्या है कि जब स्टूडेंट फाइनल में आता है और GPAT नजदीक आती है 1 महीना पहले या 2 महीना पहले, जब टीचर्स पूछते हैं कि आपको क्या करना है, हाउ अबाउट योर GPAT प्रिपरेशन, तो एक बहुत ही क्या कहते हैं उसे, लॉजिकल तो नहीं कर सकते उसे, एक डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर होता है कि सर मुझे एमफार्म तो करना नहीं है, मेरे फैमिली, आई हैव टू अर्न मनी एंड व्हाटएवर एक्सेप्ट, कुछ भी आंसर होते हैं, लेकिन एक आंसर होता है कि आई हैव टू गो फॉर एम्प्लॉयमेंट, आई एम लुकिंग फॉर एम्प्लॉयमेंट, और मुझे जॉब करना है. क्योंकि उन्हें पता होता है कि अब वो तो GPAT क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाएगी. ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स, नाउ वी आर नॉट इन पोजीशन टू क्रैक दिस GPAT. तो बेस्ट वे ऐसा रहना है कि नहीं, मुझे GPAT तो वैसे सिर्फ मैं अपेयर हो रहा हूँ, लेकिन मुझे जॉब ही करना है. ये होता है डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर. हिंदी में उसे क्या कहते हैं, अंगूर खट्टे खट्टे होते हैं ना, मुझे करना ही नहीं है, बराबर है ना. कल आप कहोगे कि यार तू क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ, तो पहले ही कहते कि मुझे जॉब करना है. लेकिन गाइस, फॉर जॉब आल्सो nowadays there is one important requirement, that is GPAT. Ajinkya Potesar already mentioned. Today's speaker is head of Industry Institute Interaction Set. And this is a specialty of Rajarshi Shaw College of Pharmacy, Kolkata. Strong industrial collaborations. Regularly, we have interaction with industrial experts, even HR managers. Nowadays, they are also expecting candidate to have somewhat GPAT score. अगर आप इवन आफ्टर ग्रेजुएशन भी एंट्री करना चाहते हो तो पहली रिक्वायरमेंट होती है कि आप GPAT क्वालिफाइड हो या नहीं. अगर नहीं भी होते तो आपका स्कोर क्या होता है देखा जाता है, क्योंकि जो जनरेशन अभी मैनेजर लेवल पे पहुंची है इंडस्ट्री में, हैविंग 15 to 20 years of experience, they have appeared for GPAT or GATE. They know what is GPAT and what is GATE. और उन्हें उसका इम्पोर्टेंस पता होता है. अगर GPAT क्रैक भी नहीं करते आप, लेकिन एटलीस्ट आपका स्कोर देखा जाता है कि आपका स्कोर कैसा है. मान लो एक वैकेंसी है और 2 एप्लीकेशंस होते हैं और आपका GPAT स्कोर होता है 50 और आपके कॉम्पिटिटर का GPAT स्कोर होता है मान लो 125 या 100. सो डेफिनेटली वेटेज तो उसी बंदे को दिया जाता है. नाउअडेज दे आर लुकिंग, इसीलिए सीवी में while writing academic qualification mention your GPAT score when you are appearing for interview or applying anywhere. तो अंगूर खट्टे वाली बात होती है. तो जिन्हें लगता है कि मुझे जॉब ही करना है, लेकिन गाइस आपको भी GPAT करना है और मैक्सिमम स्कोर लाना है. एंड यू हैव टू मेक योरसेल्फ मोर एलिजिबल, क्योंकि इवन एम्प्लॉयमेंट या जॉब जब भी ऑफर होता है तो एक स्क्रीनिंग प्रोसेस होती है. पहली इमेज देख रहे हो आप, तीसरी इमेज देख रहे हो और first, second, and third. These 3 images depict, they suggest the recruitment process, that is screening. And to be honest, screening out. तो आपको अपने आप को more and more eligible बनाना है employment के लिए, career के लिए. This is the reason why GPAT. Many reasons. And again, this image. This is very close to my heart. एक ऐसा कॉम्प्रहेंसिव और बड़ा why अगर आपको ढूंढना होता है तो मुझे लगता है कि why I had to prepare for GPAT. So my answer will be like this. I had to do something for my family. I had to do something for my parents. और उसकी शुरुआत कर सकते हैं GPAT से, क्योंकि GPAT is an opportunity. This is a window, door, एक गेट होता है, एंट्री होती है कि जिससे आप आपका ब्राइट करियर सिक्योर कर सकते हो. अगर आप आपका ब्राइट करियर सिक्योर कर सकते हो, so you will be in position to support your families. कितना अच्छा लगा हमारे पेरेंट्स को. आज आपके पेरेंट्स they are shouldering your responsibility. तो आप अपने आप पर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेते हो कि यार मुझे मेरे पापा के लिए, मुझे मेरी मम्मी के लिए, माता पिता के लिए, मुझे फैमिली के लिए कुछ करना है, तो उसके लिए पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करना है, उसके लिए मुझे GPAT करना है. अल्टीमेट एम शुड बी टू डू समथिंग फॉर पेरेंट्स. कितने सैक्रिफाइसेस करते हैं हमारे लिए, क्या हम कुछ सैक्रिफाइसेस उनके लिए नहीं कर सकते हैं? सैक्रिफाइस क्या करना है, सिर्फ हमें टाइम यूटिलाइज करना है, बाकी कुछ भी नहीं. We have to be focused. So ultimately, why GPAT? तो मेरा सिंपल आंसर होगा आपके फैमिली के लिए कुछ करने के लिए GPAT करो, because this is golden opportunity. So many reasons, but one comprehensive reason to do something for your parents, for your family. Now, second part of this discussion is how GPAT. So first step is identify your need. Clear your why. Find out what is your why and believe you can do it. This is mindset. This is mind game, you can say. Whether it is study, whether it is sports or anywhere, whatever we are doing, whatever we are trying to achieve, it's a mind game. It's a mind game. Mind game of subconscious mind. हम हमारे सबकॉन्शियस माइंड को किस तरह से ट्रीट करते हैं, हम हमारे सबकॉन्शियस माइंड को क्या कमांड्स देते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपके सक्सेस और फेलियर के लिए। सो फर्स्ट थिंग यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई योर नीड, कि मेरी नीड क्या है। वेदर स्टाइपेंड इज माय नीड, वेदर आई विश टू प्रूव माय मेटल, ये मेरी नीड हो सकती है। आई हैव टू डू समथिंग फॉर माय पेरेंट्स, ये आपकी नीड हो सकती है। जब हम स्टाइपेंड या फीस के बारे में कहते हैं तो कोई कहेगा कि सर आई एम फ्रॉम वेरी वेल टू डू फैमिली एंड आई डोंट बॉदर अबाउट द फीस, वो भी हो सकता है, कोई बात नहीं है। लेकिन दिस इज नॉट अबाउट स्टाइपेंड गाइस। जीपैट कैन मेक यू डिफरेंट। हम देखते हैं कॉलेज स्कूल्स में या कॉलेजेस में यंगस्टर्स दे ट्राई टू बी अ डिफरेंट वन। अगर 50-60 का क्लासरूम होता है, 100 का क्लासरूम होता है, तो हमें लगता है कि हमें कुछ अलग होना चाहिए। हम हेयर स्टाइल ऐसे अलग करते हैं, ड्रेसिंग अलग से करते हैं, ग्रूमिंग अलग से करते हैं, तो नथिंग। रादर ये कोशिश करो कि बाय फ्रॉम अचीवमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आप अलग कैसे हो सकते हो, आप डिफरेंट कैसे हो सकते हो। क्योंकि thousands of students they are graduating pharmacy, thousands, I don't know the figure, could be 50,000 or 1 lakh in India. How many GPAT qualified students? 2 to 3,000 only. So these 2 to 3,000 students they are totally different. So you have to prove yourself different. तो आपकी नीड अलग हो सकती है, स्टाइपेंड भी नीड हो सकती है आपकी, रिसर्च फेलोशिप भी हो सकती है, रिसर्च ग्रांट भी हो सकता है, मुझे मेरा मेटल प्रूव करना है, मुझे मेरा कैलिबर प्रूव करना है, ये भी हो सकता है, या फिर आई हैव टू डू समथिंग फॉर माय फैमिली पेरेंट्स, ये भी नीड हो सकती है। सो व्हाई क्लियर करो कि क्यों करना है, क्या करना है और कैसे करना है। इससे ज्यादा अहम होता है, इससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि मुझे क्यों करना है। माइंडसेट है गाइस, माइंडसेट। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेक योर व्हाई क्लियर कि मुझे क्यों करना है। अगर आपका क्यों क्लियर है तो डेफिनेटली यू कैन डू इट। सेल्फ बिलीव, सेल्फ बिलीव, यू कैन डू इट। आज ये बंदा बोल रहा है, ये सर बोल रहे हैं कि यू कैन डू इट, ये आपने आपको बताना चाहिए कि आई कैन डू इट। सेल्फ टॉक जिसे कहते हैं, सेल्फ कम्युनिकेशन, अपने आप को बताओ कि यस आई एम गोइंग टू डू दिस, आई एम गोइंग टू क्रैक दिस जीपैट एंड डेफिनेटली आई विल। ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। अपने माइंड की, सबकॉन्शियस माइंड की कंडीशनिंग करो पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव थॉट से। नेक्स्ट पार्ट इन हाउ, दैट इज टीम वर्क। GPAT is a teamwork guys. GPAT or any work in life, if we are going to do individually and if we are going to do in a group as a team, team is always stronger than individual. So teamwork करो, साथ में लेकर पढ़ाई करो। सपोर्टिव एटमॉस्फेयर, सपोर्टिव एटमॉस्फेयर। अगर हम टीम में काम करते देर आर, तो हमें पता होता है कि every time it is not possible that everyone is charged up. No, not possible. So there are ups and downs. Whenever someone is feeling low, extend hand of support. अगर कोई आपका फ्रेंड लो फील करता है, उसे एनकरेज करो, उसे मोटिवेट करो। नेवर गिव अप। आप सेकंड ईयर में हो, थर्ड ईयर में हो, फाइनल ईयर में हो, नेवर गिव अप। बहुत से स्टूडेंट पूछते हैं कि सर जीपैट का प्रिपरेशन कब चालू करना चाहिए। आइडियली फर्स्ट ईयर सेकंड से एक सेमेस्टर व्हाट इज फार्मेसी इंट्रोडक्शन हो जाता है, सेकंड सेमेस्टर से प्रिपरेशन करना चाहिए। नहीं होता है तो सेकंड ईयर में चालू करो, थर्ड ईयर, बट नेवर गिव अप। बहुत बार लगता है कि मैं जीपैट क्रैक कर पाऊंगा या नहीं। डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट, जस्ट ट्राई टू गिव योर बेस्ट पॉसिबल एफर्ट्स। नेवर गिव अप एफर्ट्स एट एनी स्टेज एंड पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड। क्योंकि आफ्टर कपल ऑफ मंथ्स फाइनल ईयर स्टूडेंट दे आर गोइंग टू अपीयर फॉर जीपैट। उनके लिए कहता हूँ कि कितना पोर्शन आप कवर कर चुके हो, कितना पार्ट आपका रिमेनिंग है ये आपको पता होता है। तो मेरा कितना स्टडी नहीं हुआ है इसे फोकस करने से बेहतर होता है कि मेरा कितना पार्ट अभी तक कवर हो चुका है। And most important point to remember here is that GPAT is not a memory based examination. It's a logic based examination. Logic apply करना होता है, memory based examination तो है ही नहीं. So we'll discuss that part in next slide. Okay. As I have mentioned that GPAT is not a memory based questions. अगर आप 125 questions analyze करते हो, आंसर नहीं, सिर्फ एनालाइज करते हो, तो you will find that most of the questions, more than 100 questions, more than 110 questions, they are not memory based, but they are logical questions. Logic based questions are there. So how? So first of all, you have to make comparison. Make comparison about syllabus given by university and GPAT syllabus. Syllabus given by university, this is PCI syllabus and GPAT syllabus. Almost same. More than 80 or 90% syllabus, GPAT syllabus, which is given in PCI syllabus. Nothing to do extra. जो आपका रेगुलर एकेडमिक्स है उसमें ही आपका GPAT प्रिपरेशन होता है. That is possible. Yes, definitely हो सकता है. क्यों नहीं हो सकता? What you have to do? You have to focus on regular lectures, regular practicals, try to clear your concepts, have a regular discussion with teachers, and that's enough. That's enough. So during regular academic itself, you can prepare for GPAT. And great example is Mr. Ajinkya Pote. Great example. Even absolutely no need to go for classes. Absolutely no need. This is my personal view. So, first and most important, compare. Compare the syllabus of GPAT and PCI syllabus or university syllabus. And whatever the time available during regular academics, you can prepare. Try to utilize academics as a platform to crack GPAT. अगर फर्स्ट ईयर में आपको प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पढ़ाया जाता है तो that is for your GPAT. If someone is teaching postology, that is for GPAT. Someone is teaching you heterocyclic rings and functional groups, that is for GPAT. If any teacher is teaching tablet and capsules and dosage form, that is for GPAT. If your teachers are teaching TLC, UV, IR, so that is for GPAT. What's extra? Nothing, guys, nothing. Mindset, again mindset. Mindset, utilization of time. Try to focus on regular academics, and definitely you can utilize this academic platform to secure your bright career. Now, next part, how? We'll continue with how part. Step by step method. Step by step method. हमें माउंट एवरेस्ट भी चढ़ना होता है तो डायरेक्टली हम फ्लाई करके नहीं जाएंगे, क्लाइम नहीं करेंगे. स्टेप बाय स्टेप मेथड, स्मॉल स्टेप अप्रोच. Okay, first identify your need, develop your team. Okay, then commit yourself that you are going to do. Then analyze GPAT question papers. Don't try to find out the answers. Group discussions can be very useful. Group discussions, test series and guest lectures. But whatever you are going to do, ultimate purpose should be coverage of GPAT syllabus. Whatever the method, you have to cover the GPAT syllabus, entire syllabus, maximum syllabus you have to cover. Because GPAT is not memory based examination, but it is a logic based examination. And you have to develop that logic you have to develop that logic. And how can we develop logic? By reading, by understanding the concepts, by reading and by understanding the concept. If we are not focusing on study, or if we are not covering the reading, we can say syllabus, how can we focus? How can we apply logic? No. Syllabus coverage. One common mistake most of the students they commit is they go through the questions first and they try to read the syllabus. This is an absolutely wrong method, I can say, according to me. According to me. What could the proper method? Read a particular part. If you are reading tablets and capsules, for example, read tablets and capsule part properly according to syllabus. According to syllabus, read tablet and capsule properly, and then try to focus the questions. Then try to face the questions. Very simple way. अगर हम पहले क्वेश्चन देखते हैं उनके आंसर ढूंढने के लिए स्टडी करेंगे, so that will be very hectic. That will be very hectic. बहुत बार एक प्रॉब्लम हमारे साथ होता है कि हम बहुत से ग्रुप्स ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं और उस पर क्वेश्चंस आते हैं, हम वो क्वेश्चंस पढ़ते हैं. If Mr. Krishna लेंगे from Pharma, he is studying Pharmacognosy right now and he is receiving the questions on analysis. तो कृष्णा को लगता है यार आज 5 क्वेश्चन आए थे और मुझे एक क्वेश्चन का भी आंसर पता नहीं है. So it can create inferior complex. So don't bother about the questions. I again give the example of dynamic coordinator of this event, Ajinkya Pote. No, you can ask him. He never focused on the questions. Rather, he tried to focus on syllabus coverage, reading, discussion. And at particular time, you can have activity like you just ask which you students can prepare for particular part for 2 weeks, and at the end of 2 weeks, you can have one test as a check post, as a goal post in football. Whether we're able to apply logic or not, बस इसी के लिए टेस्ट सीरीज होनी चाहिए, ना कि क्वेश्चंस मेमोराइज करके उसके आंसर्स, ना कि क्वेश्चंस मेमोराइज करके आंसर देने के लिए. लॉजिक डेवलप करने के लिए टेस्ट सीरीज होनी चाहिए. लेकिन वो टेस्ट सीरीज कैसी होनी चाहिए? एक पर्टिकुलर पार्ट आप रीड करो और एट द एंड ऑफ रीडिंग, एट द एंड ऑफ 2 weeks, 1 week, you can have a test. That could be the process, I think. Now guest lectures question mark. As such, according to me, your teachers are self-sufficient. You don't need any expert to guide on GPAT. This is my view. If needed, if your teachers think that this particular person can explain this part properly, then your teachers can invite the guest or resource persons. Otherwise, according to me, your teachers are self-sufficient. No need to go for guest lectures. Now, what is the role of teachers and students in GPAT preparation? Role of teachers and students in GPAT preparation. This image on left side of the screen, teacher. I am sure my every teacher friend is trying his level best for your bright career. Whether it is GPAT, whether it is CMAT, or whatever the competitive examinations are there. मुझे 100% confidence है कि every teacher in every college, they are trying their level best. Now, what is the role of student now? Teacher, they are doing fantastic job. Now, what is the role of student? So, faith. Please have faith in your teachers. What I have mentioned that during regular academic itself, you can use academic time to crack GPAT. But for that purpose, you must have faith in your teachers. Yes, my teachers are self-sufficient. Whatever doubts I will approach I will approach to them. I will take their guidance. Sufficient. And value your teachers. अपने टीचर्स की कीमत करो. बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि कोई गेस्ट लेक्चरर आता है सोमनाथ दुबे सर जैसा और बहुत बड़ा ज्ञान पिला के जाता है और हमें लगता है कि अरे यार सर का नॉलेज बहुत ज्यादा होता है. अरे सर को 1 ही घंटा पढ़ाना होता है भैया, और सर को सिर्फ जीपैट या टैबलेट कैप्सूल पता होता है, लेकिन आपके टीचर्स को आप पता होते हैं. So I have to underline the importance of teachers in GPAT, not for GPAT but for your bright career. The core or basic purpose of this presentation is not GPAT why and how, but indirectly I have to give very simple message to you. Have a faith in your teachers. बस मेरा पर्पस ये था, ये बताने के लिए कि आप अपने टीचर्स पे भरोसा रखो, अपने टीचर्स की वैल्यू करो. They are self-sufficient. They are really doing exceptional job for your GPAT also and to secure your bright career. Now this part is very close to my heart. This is the one concept I have suggested to my students. Even Ajinke Kote sir also use this concept. Self-assessment of efforts. Self-assessment of efforts. Monthly report बनाओ हमारा. हम हिसाब रखते हैं ना, घर से पॉकेट मनी आया था 2000 रुपए, सॉरी 4000 रुपए आए थे, रिचार्ज के लिए इतना गया, मेस के लिए इतना गया, रूम का रेंट इतना गया. ओके, हम हिसाब रखते हैं. टाइम का हिसाब रखो और अपने एफर्ट्स का हिसाब रखो. सो दिस इज मंथली रिपोर्ट. यू हैव टू गिव स्कोर आउट ऑफ 10. अपने आप को इवैल्यूएट करो. सो दिस इज वीक एंड स्कोर. वीक 1 ई फॉर एफर्ट्स. हमारा स्टडी कितना होता है वो मैटर नहीं करता है कि हम एफर्ट्स कितने लेते हैं. अगर आपको लगता है कि मैंने यार 40% एफर्ट्स लिए हैं इस वीक में, मान लो अभी सैटरडे है, कल सैटरडे था, तो सैटरडे इवनिंग में बैठता हूँ, सोचता हूँ कि लास्ट 1 वीक में मेरे एफर्ट्स कितने थे, 40%. सो आई विल गिव 4 आउट ऑफ 10 मार्क्स टू मी. अब मैं अपने आप को 4 मार्क्स दूंगा. अगर मुझे लगता है कि मेरे एफर्ट्स 50% है, 5 मार्क्स, 70% है 7 मार्क्स, एंड लाइक दिस. एंड एट द एंड ऑफ मंथ this is my average, for example 6 out of 10. जैसे जैसे ये sincerity score बढ़ेगा, the way you are going to improve your sincerity score, we can call it as a sincerity score. हमारे efforts बढ़ते जाएंगे. जैसे हमारे efforts बढ़ते हैं, so definitely we will cover maximum portion. We will be more focused on GPAT preparation. And there will be maximum chances that we can crack this examination. You can take the screenshot of this slide. Self-assessment of efforts. This concept is very close to my heart. अपना evaluation खुद करो हर वीकली, हर at the end of 1 week बैठो और स्कोर लिखो अपना कितना होता है, क्योंकि आपने क्या किया है आपको पता होता है, आपके एफर्ट्स कितने सिंसियर होते हैं ये आपको पता है. This is called, we can call it as a sincerity score. Okay, try to improve your sincerity score. Now next question, requirements for GPAT preparation. Many requirements could be there. Anyone please? Anyone? Shortly, because we have only 15 minutes with us. Requirements for GPAT preparation. Many requirements are there. Anyone please? You can hit chat box also. Okay, requirements may be notes, books, guidance. So many requirements are there, but basic requirement according to me is need. Am I right? We started our discussion with identify your need, and we are going to close our discussion with basic requirement, need. So guys, need is a basic requirement. Try to identify. If you have a need, definitely you will achieve the success. Now these are some examples in front of you. This is our beloved principal, Dr. Shri Jain sir. Why I am giving his example? Because he cracked GATE at that time. GATE was there. He cracked his GATE at that time, even after joining academics. His dream was to crack GATE. He couldn't. Finally, he couldn't crack GATE. He joined academics, worked hard, and again cracked the GATE. Next example, our vice principal, Dr. Prakash Kendra. He also qualified GPAT twice in 2013 and 16. Again, during academics, while handling the responsibilities of academics, he cracked GPAT. And third example, this person is very close to my heart. Young and dynamic coordinator of this event, Mr. Ajinkya Pote sir. Really, I'm proud of you, Mr. Ajinkya sir. The determination. In his third year itself, he promised that, sir, I'm going to crack GPAT in third year, final year. And whatever he has promised, okay, he has accomplished, he has done. He has qualified GPAT twice. During student life, third year, final year, and even after joining academics also, he cracked the examination. So 3 examples. Even after joining academics, after doing job, you can crack the GPAT. So during your regular academics, it's very easy to crack GPAT. What is needed? Need. You have to identify your need. कुछ भी करते हैं तो where to start from is very important question. Where to start from? So GPAT के लिए भी वही question होता है कि where to start from. हमें GPAT क्यों करना है पता है, कैसे करना है वो भी पता चला है, लेकिन सर where to start from, शुरुआत कहाँ से करें, that is $1 million question. सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन होता है कि कहाँ से शुरुआत करें. So Ajinkya sir, we can have a separate discussion on this topic, GPAT, where to start from, because time doesn't permit us right now to discuss, but where to start from is very important. That starting point is also important one. Definitely in future we'll have separate discussion on where to start from. It will take almost 1 hour to discuss where to start from. This is very important quote. I like very much. The best way to predict the future is to create it. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Abraham Lincoln. Very nice. So on left side, the future. And second slide, the future is now. Very strange, no? Future is always in future. हम जिसे भविष्य कहते हैं वो तो प्रेजेंट में होता नहीं है. भविष्य जो होता है वो प्रेजेंट में होता ही नहीं है, लेकिन वो सेकंड इमेज जो मुझे मिली, सो वेरी फनी एंड इंटरेस्टिंग. फ्यूचर इज नाउ, हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल. अभी कैसे फ्यूचर हो सकता है, राइट नाउ फ्यूचर किस तरह से हो सकता है. यस, हो सकता है बाय आवर एफर्ट्स. whatever we are doing right now will decide our future. Absolutely clear and loud and clear. इसमें कोई लॉजिक या फिर इसमें कोई रॉकेट साइंस है नहीं है. When we are talking about the future and when we say future is now, yes, it's possible. Future is now in the sense whatever we are doing right now will decide the future. Absolutely. If you wish to predict your future, then create it. And yes, we can create our future. Just like Ajinkya Pote. So, guys, future is now. Whatever. So, if you wish to be connected, so these are my contact details. You can contact me at any time, but believe me, I'm not going to suggest a single book for GPAT preparation. Even in today's discussion, I have not suggested a single book. Why? Because I believe that your teachers can suggest proper book to you. मुझे सिर्फ GPAT पता होता है, लेकिन आपके टीचर्स को आप पता होते हैं, आपके टीचर्स आपको पहचानते हैं. Now acknowledgement. Let me acknowledge our respected principal, Dr. Shri Jain sir, Principal Rajesh Shah College of Pharmacy, Buldana, for his kind support and permitting me for this wonderful session, for this wonderful interaction. I am thankful to Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, Principal, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy. I am also thankful to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for providing me this opportunity. I am grateful to organizing team of this event, coordinator Mr. Ajinkya Pote sir, co-convener Professor Mahendra Giri sir, entire organizing team. क्योंकि पर्दे के पीछे बहुत टीम मेंबर्स होते हैं, तो आई एम थैंकफुल टू देम. आई एम आल्सो थैंकफुल टू our vice principal Dr. Prakash Kendre sir for his constant encouragement and support. I am thankful to Mr. Rushikesh Dure sir, my team member, because we have one cell, competitive examination cell, and Rushikesh Dure sir is head of that cell. He is an exceptional guy, taking every possible efforts for students. Directly, indirectly, I also have support from Dure sir. So I am thankful to Mr. Rushikesh Dure sir also. Last but not least, I am thankful to my source of inspiration, source of motivation. And my source of motivation is or are you students. So guys, all the best for your bright, successful and meaningful future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great day, great time. All the best. Over to Ajinkya Pote sir, please.
So thank you so much for your valuable words. Your tips and tricks will surely encourage the students for preparing for the competitive examinations. And thank you for appreciating me. So I would like to express here that whatever the achievements or whatever the things sir has told about me, it is just because of my all teachers that they guided me, and because of them today I am at this position. So thank you sir. So students, now we have 10 minutes for the question answer session. If you have any questions to the speaker, you can ask, or you can drop the message in the chat box so I can ask on behalf of you. So there were 2 questions in the chat box.
Yes,
Any
sir, please.
advice for NIPER 2021? Sorry, NIPER 2022. And sir, please.
I'm not getting question, Ajinkya sir, please.
Any advice for NIPER entrance test, which is going to be held in next year?
Okay, very good question. As you know that the basic requirement to appear for NIPER is again GPAT. Okay. So here, just like we have mentioned the comparison of university syllabus and GPAT syllabus. Now you have to make comparison of GPAT syllabus with NIPER syllabus. Okay. There is a slight difference in GPAT and NIPER syllabus. Some sort of logic reasoning is also there. Some sort of technical part or GK part is also included there. Many students who qualified NIPER, I have not qualified NIPER. Actually, I have not appeared for NIPER, but we are constantly in touch with NIPER qualified students also, just like Anand Bhusare. His rank was 5, I think. All India rank, NIPER rank was only 5. GPAT rank was 3. So when we discussed, so as compared to GPAT itself, NIPER is easy to crack. This is not my personal opinion, guys. I am just conveying the message of candidates who have cracked or qualified the NIPER examination. But the most of the time, what problem we guys face or mistake we commit, once we crack GPAT, we become complacent. हम complacent बनते हैं. बहुत बार हम NIPER का सिलेबस रीड करते ही नहीं ठीक से. If it takes 2-3 days to compare the syllabus, my simple suggestion or advice to you, just compare the syllabus properly. Know your syllabus properly. सबसे बड़ी बात वो होती है कि बहुत जो लोग ना क्रैक नहीं करते हैं, वो ठीक से सिलेबस रीड करते ही नहीं, वो ज्यादा इशू होता है. तो माय सजेशन, रिक्वेस्ट टू यू गाइस, if you are going to appear for NIPER, first and most thing you have to do, comparison of GPAT syllabus with NIPER syllabus. तो आपको डिफरेंस आइडेंटिफाई होगा. नाउ यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन द रिमेनिंग पार्ट. जो भी डिफरेंस होता है 10% 20% जो डिफरेंस होता है, बस उसी पे फोकस करना होता है. क्योंकि जीपैट के लिए आपने तो सब कुछ कवर कर लिया होता है, वो तो आपको रिवाइज करना होता है. और टेक्निकल जो पार्ट होता है कि जो आपने रीड नहीं किया है, जो आपके जीपैट के सिलेबस में नहीं है, वही आपको कवर करना होता है. दिस इज वेरी सिंपल सजेशन. अगेन सेल्फ बिलीव एंड डोंट कॉम्प्लेसेंट. ओवर टू यू अजिंक्य सर, प्लीज.
Thank you so much, sir. Your session was really very great, and your guidance will surely benefit all the participants present over here and watching you on YouTube. So thank you so much. Now it's time to propose vote of thanks to Professor Somnath Vibhute, sir. Sir, I am very thankful to you for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time from your busy schedule. I am also thankful to your institute and principal Dr. Shirish Jain sir for his support. I am thankful to management, principal, Matushri Institute of Pharmacy, Yamuna. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
So now participants, thank you for your valuable feedback that sir should cover the how to start or from where to start. Surely within next few days, we assure you that we will have another session from Somnath Vibhute sir on just how to start for GPAT. But additionally, in this workshop, you will get the entire subjects that are being present in the syllabus of your GPAT and competitive examinations. Which topics are important, how to prepare for them. All those things will be covered in this workshop too. So the next session, we have Dr. Rasika Balke Madam, Head Department of Pharmacognosy, Sanjeevani College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. So now it's time for the second session.
Ajinkya sir, please give me 1 minute.
Yes sir, please.
Once again, thank you very much, guys. Feel free to communicate at any time. And on behalf of our beloved principal, Dr. Shirish Jain sir, I invite you to visit beautiful city of Buldana, situated in the vicinity of Ajanta Caves and Lonar Crater. So this is an invitation to you to visit Buldana and visit our beloved RACP family, Rajaji Shaw College of Pharmacy, Buldana. So this is invitation to all of you.
Sir.
Please do visit. Yes, please, sir.
Sir,
myself Manas Maizharia from Govindra Nikam College of Pharmacy.
Yes, please. Yes.
I want to ask that by preparing GPAT for GPAT, we can also have base of drug inspector examination also. Means studying for GPAT is also similar as drug inspector exam.
You'll die.
Okay, your question is about GPAT and DI examination.
Yes. Means
again, the matter of syllabus.
They are interrelated.
Yes. Up to certain extent, they are related. The major common thread we can have regarding GPAT preparation and DI preparation, other competitive examination, is it develops your aptitude. GPAT itself is an aptitude test. Whatever the other examination, competitive examinations, they are nothing but indirectly aptitude tests. Okay, so it develops your aptitude and it will help you. But this is a beginning. GPAT is a step one. Many students, they have very common question. What is the qualification? What will the syllabus? So let me tell you, Ajinkya sir, please permit me to take 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
When we say drug inspector, first of all, drug inspector, they are working drug inspector post they are filled by MPSC and UPSC. When the drug inspectors, they are working for local FDA, for example, Maharashtra FDA. So such posts are filled, recruited through direct recruitment process of MPSC. When the drug inspectors, they are working for central authority. Central authority in India, we have CDSCO. We have CDSCO. We don't have Indian FDA, but we have CDSCO. When the post of DI under CDSCO are to be recruited, then such posts are recruited or filled through UPSC. But again, for that purpose, you must register yourself for MPSC website, then UPSC, and go through the regular syllabus. But your question is absolutely right. What is common? It develops your aptitude. I think we're running short of time, and next speaker is waiting.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Good question, guys. Thank you. Over to Pote, sir, please. I'll stop here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your valuable time. I once again thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you.
And I'm also eagerly waiting to listen to my highly motivational friend, Dr. Rasika Bhalke ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are also very eagerly waiting for her. She has joined, and now it's time to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rasika Bhalke madam, Head Department of Pharmacognosy, Sanjuni College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. Ma'am, I welcome you on behalf of management, principal, and entire team, Matushri Institute of Pharmacy.
Yes, thank you very much, Ajinkya. It's a really great honor to be a part of this event. And just as usual, I am having a lot of work at home also, as it is Sunday, sir.
Yeah.
So I have to come back into the role of housewife also. So because of that, I'm managing the things. And thank you very much to Vibhude sir, because yes, we were team, we are a team, and
Yes.
as a team, we had a lot of stories, success stories with us. Our success stories means what? We are saying when students are doing something well, when they are achieving their heights of success, at that time, ultimately, that becomes our success story. And it is never limited to student of Sanjivani only, or students of Sir's College, or students of Pote Sir's College. So it is not the matter of student where they are studying. We are just having a thought in our mind that when the students are studying in B Farm as well as in M Farm, or say for at any stage of life, when they are in need of teachers, we all people are there, right?
Yes.
So because of that, I'm saying that we are always celebrating the success story of our students, no matter students from where they are coming, right? So thank you very much, sir, for your
Now it's time to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Rasika Bhalke madam. Dr. Rasika Bhalke, currently working as Head Department of Pharmacognosy, Sanjuni College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Kopargaon. Talking about educational background of madam, she has completed her B Farm with distinction in the year 2003 from Pravara Rural College of Pharmacy, Pravara. She has completed her masters from Pravara Rural College of Pharmacy, Pravara in 2006. She has also completed her PhD in the year 2012 from Savitribai Phule Pune University in Pharmaceutical Sciences. And I'm happy to announce that she is one of the youngest PhD holders in the Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. She has total experience of 15 years of teaching at Sanjuni College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Kopargaon, and 1 year of industrial experience of Magna Capsule Limited. Her contribution to teaching or academic environment, she has participated in structuring of curriculum of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, and currently she is working as Board of Study member. She has also been NAC coordinator, NBA coordinator, and NIRF coordinator at her institute. She is also head for the Department of Pharmacognosy. She has also been research person and judge at various national level conferences. She has organized various seminars and lectures of eminent speakers. She was academic research coordinator in her organization. She has also the experience of organizing various total blood count detection camp, lectures on diet, nutrition for adolescent girls from rural areas of Kopargaon Taluka. Recognition from Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. She is recognized as professor from 1st April 2021. She was associate professor since 24th March 2014. She is approved PG guide and approved PhD guide of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Talking about awards and achievements of Madam, she has received scholarship from AICT for completion of Master of Pharmacy. She is gold medalist at Pravara Rural College of Pharmacy, Pravara Nagar for ranking first in D Pharmacy course. She is also recipient of Baizamai Puraskar Kartutva Mahila 2015 from Jan Seva Foundation, Loni. She is also the recipient of Savitribai Phule Puraskar from Paul Puna Foundation, Loni. Talking about research background of Madam, she has faced the research grant of MODROP AICT New Delhi of around 18,80,000. She has also received the grant for pharmacognostic, phytochemical and pharmacological investigation of some herbal drugs worth rupees 2 lakhs. She has also received the grant of synthesis and evaluation of dibenzothiazepine derivatives of rupees 1 lakh. Synthesis and biological evaluation of some 1,5-benzodiazepine derivatives of worth rupees 1 lakh. Synthesis and evaluation of pyridodibenzothiazepine derivatives as novel antipsychotic agents worth rupees 1,65,000, and to design and standardize some novel herbal formulations for neurological disorders of worth rupees 1,20,000. She has arranged some seminars. Recent trends in herbal drug standardization, which was amount sanctioned was 2 lakhs, and zonal level research competition, that is Avishkar, was organized by her worth rupees 1 lakh. Talking about her research background, she has published more than 70 research papers in various national and international journals. Her EH index is 12, I-10 index is 12, and total citations are around 480. She has presented several papers and posters at national and international level. So she has very good research background, and also she is one of the GPAT qualifiers. So now it's time to listen to her on tips and tricks to prepare for subject, that is pharmacognosy. Ma'am, I request you to start your session.
Okay, thank you very much, Ajinkya sir. Thank you for wonderful introduction. Actually, I want to start the topic. Means yesterday only, I just yes, I am having the permission to present my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes, you can present, ma'am.
Okay. One minute. Let me see.
Yes, yes.
Ajinkya sir, I can't share my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
A message is one. Yes.
You can share, ma'am.
Sir, message is coming like one participant can share at a time.
Ajinkya sir, please go for multiple option, multiple screen sharing.
Yes, sir, it is done.
Okay, till time the just issue is hello.
Yes,
Just
sir, I will try to solve. You can continue.
okay. So till time we'll start with what is the pharmacognosy, what is the weightage of pharmacognosy in GPAT, how one can study for pharmacognosy. Because when we are trying to face GPAT examination or any competitive examination, and where the questions on this pharmacognosy is asked, so at that time, as the pharmacognosy is very volatile subject, one thing that it is very volatile subject, but once you have created interest, if you have created interest, then it is giving 100% result. It is giving 100% result. That is why how to prepare pharmacognosy with respect to, don't think about now GPAT or NIPER. Whenever you are going in any interview also, so at that time how it will be helpful and how one can remember all the concepts which are coming in the pharmacognosy. So basically, what you mean by pharmacognosy? The basic definition of this pharmacon means it is nothing but the drug or medicine, and pharmacognosy, gnosis, means what? It is nothing but the knowledge. So knowledge of drug or knowledge of medicine is nothing but pharmacognosy. And we should know that there are two sources from where the drugs are coming into market. Now, again here, I want to give emphasis that in the COVID, the role of doctors we have recognized, the role of nurses we have recognized, the role of basic role of pharmacists, it is also too much important, because when we are talking about the allopathic drug, so at that time active pharmaceutical ingredient will play the role. But when the matter which is coming to your diet, which is coming to nutritious food, which is coming to dietary supplement, at that time there is knowledge of uh, the subject, that is nothing but the pharmacognosy. So now whole world is moving from this allopathy to Ayurveda, because we know that means your great concept, that is not nothing but when the diet will be your medicine. Diet is your medicine, because whatever the important things which are needed for body various activity, that all are coming from your diet. Whatever you are taking, that say for example you are taking means in daily सब्जी प्रिपरेशन, हम जब सब्जी बनाते हैं तो उसमें हम तड़का लगाते हैं, that is of मोहरी. So in that is nothing but the isothiocyanate type of glycoside. Mohuri, when we are talking about this mustard, black mustard, so it is nothing but ये जो है तो उसमें सल्फर कंटेनिंग कंपाउंड है, एंड दैट सल्फर कंपाउंड कंटेनिंग इज नथिंग बट your semi-green. So that semi-green sulfur containing compound, why that is helpful means why we are putting in daily food preparation. So here sulfur is one of the essential element of amino acid, and for the preparation synthesis, you know the protein synthesis, you know the amino synthesis, you know the procedure. Okay. Ajinkya sir, I'll leave and will join again, so that I think this issue will get resolved.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. So participants, sorry for the inconvenience. There might be some technical issues from the speaker's end. So it will get resolved. Yes, ma'am. Now it is visible.
So already we had talk about the point. So just by taking example, I was sharing with you that is sulfur is essential compound of amino acid and various protein synthesis. So that is what the role of your food, role of your diet. Now, when we are talking about again pharmacognosy, so there are two, we can say that type of metabolite. One is primary metabolite and second one is secondary metabolite. So, I'm audible and visible now. My presentation is also visible now.
Yes, ma'am. Your presentation is visible and you are also clearly audible and visible.
Okay. So this is what the primary about the primary metabolite as well as secondary metabolite. So primary metabolite, we know that carbohydrates are coming, then proteins and then liquids. And second thing that is whatever may be or may not be essential for the plant growth are nothing but your secondary metabolite. Primary metabolite must, they are needed for the plant growth as well as for the development, repairing, and maintenance of the plant cells. Whereas secondary metabolites, we can say that these are the metabolites may or may not be essential for the plant growth as well as development, and various compounds which are belonging to the class that is nothing but the alkaloid, then glycoside, then flavonoid, tannins, volatile resin are coming under the category that is nothing but your secondary metabolites. So with respect to GPAT, this is what the our regular lecture that these are the secondary metabolite and these are classified into various classes. But how to prepare this particular alkaloid topic with respect means here we can take only examples, because if I want to cover this whole pharmacognosy, it will take 2 days. But I will give simple tricks to how to remember this pharmacognosy with respect to GPAT or competitive examination, or say for example, lifelong learning, how you can remember these things. So very first, the alkaloid, if this topic we are targeting. Now alkaloid means what? These are alkali-like substances. Alkali means when it is basic in nature. When it will become basic in nature, when the heteroatom like nitrogens are present in this compound in the heterocyclic nucleus, at that time they become alkalide. That means alkali like. This word is important. Second word important is nothing but in all alkalide, nitrogen is present. So when you are remembering the structures, so you should know the heterocycles, various heterocycles. At that time, you can take example of various heterocycle like your isoquinoline, quinoline, then imidazole, any type of heterocycle you just imagine. And in that heterocycle, there must be nitrogen. There must be nitrogen. When I am emphasizing on the word that is there must be nitrogen in the heterocyclic ring, there is an exception, and that exception, the nitrogen is present outside the nucleus, heterocyclic nucleus. Still it is alkaline. So on this part, how we can say that how these alkalides are divided. So these alkalides, I will cover this part later on. So classification, when we are going towards the classification, so classification of alkaloid, which is based on the chemical structure. And when it is based on the chemical structure, so at that time, already I told you the various heterocycles are there, say propane ring is there, quinoline ring is there, isoquinoline ring is there, phenanthine ring is there, indole is there, imidazole is there, purine is there, steroid is there, terpenide is there. So within 1 minute, I just summarize the heterocycle. And in GPAT examination, question always asked on any compound or any crude drug. Suppose say for example, Naxomica belongs to which type of alkaloid? So at that time, immediately one should give the answer. That is nothing but it is indole alkaloid. So why it is indole alkaloid? Because the main chemical constituent of Naxomica is strychnine, and which is having the basic nucleus of indole. One is 6-membered ring, one is 5-membered ring, and nitrogen is present in 5-membered ring. So that nucleus is nothing but your indole nucleus. But it is very difficult to remember these things. So for that purpose, we should go by the trick. So that trick is nothing but again. So here that trick is nothing but how to remember all the classes and all the example of alkaline. So chemical classification, at that time one should have at least some trick to remember classes. So triple IT, BSP, QQP, and AP. So here this word is nothing but indole alkaloid, imidazole alkaloid, isoquinoline alkaloid, then propane alkaloid, and then next one is DSP. So diterpene alkaloid. Terpene means what? C5H8 unit, and then this C5H8 unit will be 4 times present. That means C20 and H32. So at that time that become diterpene. So diterpene alkaloid, steroidal alkaloid. That means there is a presence of steroidal ring. So we know that steroidal ring is of 4 cyclic ring. They are joining with each other, and there is a formation of this steroidal nucleus. Steroidal nucleus is C17 nucleus. Then purine alkaloid, phenolene alkaloid, phenazolene alkaloid, pyridine alkaloid, and amino alkaloid. By this trick, means these are the keywords: triple IT, BSP, QQP, AP. Once you know this particular classification, at that time you can easily remember the classes and this classification. And then coming to this example, that is nothing but propane alkaloid. We should know propane nucleus. That 3 examples are there. That is nothing but your belladonna, dhatura, and coca. So belladonna and dhatura contain atropine, hyoscyamin, and hyoscine. These are the chemical constituents. Again, here one question of favorite, that is for GPAT examination. What is the atropine? Atropine is L-hyoscyamin. Atropine is plus hyoscyamin, that is leodextro. Then atropine is racemic mixture of this leo as well as dextro hyoscyamin, and atropine none of the above. We can say that none of the above options. So at that time, always remember in mind atropine is a racemic mixture of plus minus hyoscyamin. So when we are talking about propane alkaloid, now here I am again concentrating on the topic propane alkaloid. So three example, belladonna, datura, and coca. So what to remember with this propane alkaloid? That is hyosamine and atropine. These are the chemical constituents. For coca, cocaine is a chemical constituent. But for though it is propane alkaloid, so again for belladonna as well as for datura, propane nucleus is there. But for coca, egonine nucleus is there. Egonine nucleus means what? There is one insertion of oxygen in the basic nucleus of propane nucleus. So that becomes egonine nucleus. So three examples from propane you have to learn. That is nothing but datura, belladonna, and coca. Datura, belladonna, propane, and coca is egonine nucleus. So this is what the preliminary information. Now, when we are again talking about this belladonna and datura, these both are solanaceous drugs. Solanaceae family we are having with this associated with these two drugs. So what is the characteristic of Solanaceae family now? So Solanaceae family, whenever present, there is a presence of microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystal. So this is what again the trick for propane alkaloid, datura, and belladonna. Means when in datura and belladonna we are talking about the microscopical feature. Here I am not covering or I can't cover all the parameters, but the tricks I will tell you. So microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystal, this is my statement, and here the drug, that is datura and belladonna. So when we take the transverse section of both the leaves, at that time we are observing microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystal. Again, because of microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystals are big in size, they are big in size. So when they are deposited into cell, at that time there is swelling or there is enlargement of that particular cell, and that cell is called as ideoblast, or we can say that presence of ideoblast is in following families, is in following drug, is observed in following example. So at that time, if it is the matter of family, Solanaceae family. If it is a matter of drug, so datura, belladonna. Again, we can combine many drugs from the Solanaceae family. So take example capsicum. Again, you just search. Capsicum also contain the microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystal. Cell become enlarged, which is called as ideoblast, and this is what the characteristic of these drugs. So this is what the propane alkaloid. Main chemical constituent I have told you. For belladonna, it is hyosamine. For datura, it is atropine. What is the difference? Hyosamine present in two form, leo and dextro form, and in datura it is present as a racemic mixture. So this is what the chemical constituent. Microscopical feature also I told you. Leave the point, that is when, yes, Manas Patil, if you are having questions, we'll have the question answer session after this, finishing this particular presentation. Okay, beta? So in propane alkaloid, microscopy of leaf, we know that there is a presence of upper epidermis, lower epidermis. When we are talking about the lamina, at that time the middle cells are nothing but the spongy mesophyll. Again, to that there is a presence of palisade cells. So this is lamina portion. When we are coming to the midrib portion of any leaf, there is a presence of what? Upper epidermis, collenchyma, vascular bundle, lower collenchyma, lower epidermis, right? So this is what the arrangement of that any leaf. So these are the common things, but how we are differentiating this particular drug from means all use drug from one another with the help of trichome, with the help of stomata, and with the help of specific feature. Just I told you the specific feature. What is that specific feature? It is presence of ideoblast calcium oxalate crystal. Now datura and belladonna both are the drug again from Solanaceae family. So here again one common characteristic we can have for all the Solanaceae drugs, but there is a presence of two types of trichome. So one should know the types of trichome. There is a trichome of we can say that cellular, then glandular, and then special type of trichome. So special type of trichome, that is forearm. So forearm, that means in this manner they are arranged. Then stellate, that means in the floral type of fashion, stellate type of trichomes are there. Then we are talking about the covering trichomes. So covering trichomes are divided into unicellular and multicellular. Unicellular means only single cell is present in the trichome. So example is Sena. We can have example of unicellular trichome, that is Sena. So it should be fixed into mind. Means when we are talking about drug to drug, at that time, what is the differences here we can observe. So similarly, multicellular, that means the cells are more than one. So that is multicellular covering trichome. Again, multicellular covering trichomes, either suppose this is what my finger, one cell, second cell and third cell. So they are present in one line. It is called as uniserate covering trichome. But cells are how many? Three cells. So that is why uniserate. Only one serate is there. That is why uniserate and multicellular covering trichome. If the cells are in this fashion, that is nothing but this is one cell, this is second cell, third cell, fourth cell, fifth cell and sixth cell. Six cells are there, but they are in two rows. So it is biserate multicellular covering trichome. Now in propane alkaloid, uniserate, that means only one row is present, but cells are multiple. So here we can say that uniserate multicellular covering trichome is a characteristic of Dhatura as well as Belladonna. Similar characteristic we can observe in Vasaka also. So Vasaka is a drug from imidazole, sorry, it is from quinazoline type of alkaloid. So Vasaka also contains same arrangement, that is uniserate multicellular. But in examination, you people are confused with unicellular, multicellular, uniserate, multicellular, then multicellular, uniserate. So these words are confusing words. So you should know first it will come as a serate, one row and multicellular. So here in propane alkaloid, two examples are there. That is nothing but Dhatura, Belladonna, both contain uniserate multicellular covering trichome along with again glandular trichome. So what is glandular trichome now? Suppose this is what the head of that particular trichome and this is what the stalk. So head may be one cell, head may be double cell, head may be multicellular. So multicellular head or one cell stalk, multicellular head, multicellular stalk. Likewise, so this is also the characteristic of Solanaceae family. Again here for Dhatura as well as Belladonna, it contains glandular trichome. So head is multicellular, more than three. Now again here, when we are differentiating the genuine drug from the adulterant, again these microscopic characteristics are changed. That means suppose the characteristic microsphenoidal calcium oxalate crystals are observed in Dhatura Belladonna, they might not be present in their adulterant. So what is adulterant of these Belladonna? So Phytolacca americana, Alianthus leaves, these are nothing but what? These are the adulterant, looking similar, but they are not containing the maximum concentration, whatever observed in Belladonna and Dhatura. So concentration is very negligible and some cases that might be absent also. So still they are adulterated. Why adulteration phenomena is coming? Because of vast demand of this herbal product, and we know that land is not occupied with large quantity of these drugs. So how one can supply that? Whatever demand to supply is not matched. That is why many malpractitioners are doing the malpractices of giving substituted species, giving adulterated species. And how one can identify? So one can identify by microscopic feature also, that is one parameter, and one can identify with the chemical test also. And now third parameter, that is nothing but with the help of various sophisticated technique, one can identify the concentration of main chemical constituent. So again, come back to point, that is propane alkaloid, datura and belladonna. Propane alkalides. So what is the main test now for the identification of propane alkaloid? So that is also the favorite question of question paper setter. So propane alkaloid, it is the Vitali-Mori test, which is for the identification of this particular propane alkaloid. Again, when we talk about this purine alkaloid for caffeine specifically, so which is the specific test? The specific test is nothing but the Murray-Xide test. So for purine, it is Murray-Xide test. For propane, that is Vitali-Morin test. Again, if we talk about the Syncona, that is nothing but the phenolene test. So for phenolene, Thialofine test is there. So why I'm giving stress on this particular topic, that is nothing but the chemical test. So here, for identification of alkaloid, there are four tests. Very first test, that is nothing but your Mayer's reagent test. Second one is Dragendorf test. Third one, that is your Wagner's test. Fourth one is your Hager's test. And one more reagent is there, that is tannic acid test. So when any common alkaloid, general alkaloid are present, if they are present, so they are giving either positive result to Mayer's reagent or Hager's reagent, Wagner's reagent, Dragendorf reagent, and they will give the result like whatever the brown ppt is there, yellow ppt is there, yellow coloration is there. So again, that is matter of competitive examination question. So what is mean by Mayer's reagent? So you should know that it is potassium iodide nitrate. So this is the reagent name. And what is the indication? So indication is what? Indication, there is a presence of brownish red ppt. So these are the general tests. But now why I have given the stress on caffeine, I have given stress on propane, and I have given stress on this Syncona, because three specific tests are there. One is Vitali-Morin. For Syncona, it is Thialofine test. And for purine, it is nothing but the Murray-Xide test. So these tests also you should know which reagent they are using and what is the interference. So for Syncona, bromine water is there and emerald green coloration to purple coloration we can observe for this Syncona. Similarly for propane alkaloid, Vitali-Morin test, that is concentrated nitric acid plus acetone, alcoholic potassium, KOH, we are adding to that. And again, there is a presence of emerald green coloration, that is dark green coloration, that is indication of propane alkaloid present. So this is what on classification also we are talking. So this is what the chemical classification, again how to remember the drug, how to correlate with family, how to remember the specific test, how to differentiate with the adult drug. Again, the classification, this is what the classification which is based on chemical structure. That means here nitrogen is present in heterocycle or outside heterocycle. So how again we can classify these particular uh, alkaloids? So this classification again based on the topic, that is nothing but the true alkaloid, proto-alkaloid and pseudo-alkaloid. So again, this is one of the favorite question of question paper setter. True alkaloid, when we are talking about true alkaloid. So true alkaloid means what? One should remember the concept. Suppose this is what the heterocyclic ring, benzene ring, which is attached to the 5-membered nitrogen containing ring, that becomes the structure of indole. If again 2 6-membered ring, 4 nitrogens are present, the nucleus becomes purine nucleus. Again, like phenolene you can take, phenazolene you can take, isophenolene you can take. But here, if you observe, nitrogen is present in the heterocyclic ring only. So this is one parameter. And the second parameter, all amino acids are there from which alkaloids are derived. So one should know in cell there is a machinery and continuous metabolism process is going on. Through that metabolic processes, there is a formation of primary metabolite and secondary metabolite. Again, there is transcription, translation procedure is there. Again, through which amino acids are binding with each other. There is a formation of protein and there is a formation of secondary metabolite. So, whenever amino acids are come into picture, then all alkaloids, general statement is what? All alkaloids contain nitrogen in heterocyclic nucleus. And second statement generally is what? Alkaloids are derived from amino acids. But then alkaloids are not derived from amino acid. That only nitrogen they are showing as a part of heterocyclic ring. Here the statement is what? If nitrogen is only present as a part of heterocyclic ring, but if they are not derived from amino acid, at that time they are considered as pseudo alkaloid. So pseudo means they are deceiving us. They are not true alkaloid. They are deceiving us just because of presence of nitrogen in the heterocyclic ring. And what is the example of this? The example of this type of alkaloid, pseudoalkaloid, is caffeine. So caffeine is again example of what? Purine alkaloid. So here again one can say that pseudoalkaloid like purine alkaloid, caffeine is not derived from amino acid. So this is what the question of competitive examination. Again, protoalkaloid. Protoalkaloid, or it is also called as biological amine. So biological amine means what? Amine. Name itself indicate again nitrogen present, but not necessary as a part of heterocyclic ring. So these alkaloids are derived from amino acid, but they are not contain nitrogen as a part of heterocyclic ring. And the example of that, if you go, if you are going to the structure of ephedrine, you can find that 6-member ring is there, and outside of that ring there is the presence of nitrogen. To that the nucleus, that is CH3 CH2OH, is attached. So this is what the example, that is protoalkaloid, is ephedrine. So true alkaloid, nitrogen present as a part of heterocyclic nucleus, and second one is what? Derived from amino acid. Proto means what? Derived from amino acid, but nitrogen is not part of heterocyclic ring. So that is protoalkaloid. And pseudoalkaloid means nitrogen is a part of heterocyclic ring, but they are not derived from amino acid. So here we can remember these examples. Again, you can give emphasis on the characteristic when you are just talking about the, if you just preparing for competitive examination, so you should concentrate on the forms of alkaloids. So generally I have told you at the beginning, alkaloid are basic in nature. Why basic in nature? Because of presence of nitrogen, but they are present in plant. In which forms? So very first, that is nothing but the free bases. They are present in free bases. When there is a base, if acid is there, there is a formation of what? Salt. So they may be present in the form of salt with organic acid. So in plant also, which acids are present? So tropane alkaloid. Again, take example of propane alkaloid. So tropane alkaloid contain tropic acid. So tropic acid along with the free base, that is hyosamine, so that become salt. So salt with organic acid, here example you can take oxalic acid and acetic acid. Then they might be present as a salt of inorganic acid, like HCl is also present in small quantity in plant, as well as H2SO4 inorganic acid can be present. And specific acid, here meconic acid. So meconic acid, again go to the example, that is nothing but the opium. So opium is again having two types of nucleus in the chemical constituent. Again come to the chemical constituent of opium. So opium is having morphine, then codeine, then thebaine. These are the three chemical constituents. Along with this, these are having papaverine and noscopine narcein. So if you observe the common structure of this chemical constituent, so at that time one nucleus is isoquinoline nucleus, and if you observe the structure of morphine, so that structure is nothing but the phenanthine nucleus. So again here one question is arise for competitive examination, that is nothing but the morphine is belonging to the class. We know opium we have studied under the class. Here see, opium we are studying under the class, that is nothing but the isoquinoline, right? So in isoquinoline specifically it is papaverine, right? It is papaverine. But if we are talking about phenanthrene, so phenanthrene example is morphine, and one should know that morphine and papaverine both are present in what? Both are present in opium. So this is the question. Then meconic acid is present as a special acid, phenic acid present in cinchona. So you can prepare in this way also, and glycosidal form. So glycosidal form means what? Some alkaloids are associated with glycoside. So that is nothing but the glycoalkaloids, or we can say that glycosidal form of alkaloid. Here example is solanine. A single example is there reported in your syllabus. That is nothing but the solanine in solanum. Now, then again, these physical properties of say for example alkaloid, glycoside, tannins, this physical property with their exception also will build up the question for competitive examination. So we should know that in which condition the alkaloids are present. So most alkaloids are crystalline solid. Now concentrate on word, that is nothing but the crystalline, and second one is solid. But yes, there is exception for word crystalline. Few alkaloids are amorphous. Few alkaloids are amorphous. So we should know that example is imetine. Again, go to the basics of imetine. From which drug it is coming, or it is the main chemical constituent of which drug, what is the class of that drug. So this is how you can prepare. You can ask to miss first read all the things, and now the second point, that is nothing but the correlation. So amorphous alkaloid is what? Imetine. Second one is, so what is what? Your solid one. So some are liquid, that are either volatile liquid or again non-volatile liquid. So we are knowing that what? Alkaloids are crystalline solid. So if we talk about, take example, I am summarizing certain things. So indole alkaloid, very first ergot. So in ergot, how many chemical constituents are present? First one is ergometrine, then second class is ergotamine, third class is ergocristine, ergocryptine, ergocornine class. Right. All three are having different again basic nucleus. Ergometrine is having basic nucleus, different. Ergotamine is having. So basic is what? Indole is there, but structurally they are different. Again, the for on ergot, again ergometrine is having oxytocic property, ergotamine is having anti-migraine. So general statement is what? We know ergot for oxytocic property. That is why we are just giving a general concept that whether the constituent is ergocristine or ergocryptine, they are giving what used as a oxytocin, but it is not the case. So at that time, if question is on ergotamine, so your answer should be it is in the treatment of migraine. Again, second example is what? Your reserpine. So reserpine we are knowing as a antihypertensive, as well as previously it is what? The tranquilizing effect. For tranquilizing effect it used. Then third example from indole alkaloid is what? Vinca. So vincristine and vinblastine, which is anti-neoplastic. And again, when we are these examples like ergocristine, ergocryptine, ergotamine, then strychnine, brucine, then vincristine and vinblastine, and from round pair reserpine, all are having indole nucleus. All are divided into various pharmacological classification, that is ergot is for migraine as well as for oxytocic, and then you think anti-neoplastic, reserpine, anti-hypertensive. But what is this? These all are generally crystalline solid. This is general statement. But here we have seen that imetine from EpiCat is having amorphous nature. Second one is nothing but your liquids. Word solid. So here exception is liquid. So nicotine from tobacco, conine, then pilocarpine and hyoscine. So hyoscine, here we have seen hyoscine is the main chemical constituent of your dhatura and belladonna also. Latter to hyosamine, latter to atropine. So this hyoscine is liquid. This pilocarpine from the pilocarpus, it is also liquid, but this is non-volatile. That means it is not vaporized at room temperature. But example, of nicotine and choline. This is what alkaloid, that is, if you go to the structure of nicotine, there is a presence of nitrogen that is basic in nature, that is giving positive test with Hager's, Mayer's, Wagner's and Regenroth reagent. So that is why this exception also works for you, that is for the competitive exam preparation. Again, the second general statement for this alkaloid, that is majority of alkaloids are colorless, but some are colorless, or we can simply say that is somewhat whitish coloration. But exception, here again you have to remember the exception, that is berberine and colchicine. Berberine and colchicine, these are yellow in coloration, whereas this canadine is orange. Again, third example you can put here, that is sanguinarian alkaloid, that is red in coloration. So how many example you just have to remember with respect to color of alkaloid? That is colchicine, berberine, canadine and sanguinarian alkaloid. 4 examples are there. So this is what, how the exceptions are find out, how common things are putting in one place. So if we are doing study in that way, at that time we can score maximum marks, or we can logically then think at that time not a single mark from this particular pharmacognosy point of view you can lose. So for the preparation, again come to the third property of alkaloid, that is nothing but the solubility. So for solubility concept, we are having the main statement, that is in which form alkaloids are present. So alkaloids are present in bases as well as salt. Salt of maybe organic acid, inorganic acid and special acid. So both the alkaloidal bases and their salts are soluble in alcohol. This is the general statement. But here, if we talk only about the free bases that are not associated with the acid, at that time that statement again change somewhat, like this: bases are soluble in organic solvent and insoluble in water. Now here concentrate on the point, that is insoluble in water, that is one word, and second one is organic solvent. So here exception is what? Now bases are soluble in water. Our general statement is what? Bases are insoluble in water. So what we have to remember? Those bases which are soluble in water, that is nothing but caffeine. From which class caffeine is now? Caffeine is purine alkaloid. So what is purine alkaloid? The basic nucleus is purine. So what is a specific test for this caffeine? Murexide test is there for this caffeine. Again, this caffeine is example of what? It is example of pseudo alkaloid. So for caffeine, you can summarize so many things here. And again, it is an exception which is soluble in water. So here, if you put this caffeine at the center, first word is soluble in water, which is exception. Again, it is pseudo-alkaloid. Again, it is giving the test. That is, special test is for identification. That is nothing but the caffeine with the murexide test. Likewise, also you can summarize the thing. Second example, ephedrine. So now again ask this, what is the ephedrine? Ephedrine is a proto-alkaloid. That means what? Nitrogen is present outside the ring. That is proto-alkaloid. That means what? Ephedrine is a biological amine. Again, ephedrine, we can hear the third point, that is, this is what? The base. Ephedrine is a base, but it is soluble in water. Similarly, come to the point, that is codeine. Again, codeine is from which drug? This is from opium. Opium having two classes. One is isophenolene and second one is what? Phenanthine nucleus. Now, codeine is a phenanthine nucleus. It is not isophenolene nucleus, right? Again, codeine, here same way we can have the classification. We can just ask the question to ourselves. Codeine is phenanthine nucleus. Opium is under the government control. Codeine is used as anti-tussive for identification of codeine. The tests are there that is associated with meconic acid, this opium. Likewise, you just summarize the point. Similarly, colchicine, pilocarpine, quaternary ammonium bases, these are the soluble in water. And next one statement, that is bases soluble in what? Organic solvent. But here again we are having the example, that is bases are insoluble in organic solvent. So here you put example of morphine. Now you just observe in opium 6 main chemical constituents are present, out of which 2 are having different categories, different classes. One is codeine, that is soluble in water. One is morphine, it is insoluble in organic solvent. Likewise, the third property is solubility of alkaline. Now come to the next point, next category, that is salts are usually soluble in water and insoluble or sparingly soluble in solvent, exactly opposite to the base. What I told you, bases are 3 bases. They are here. Bases are soluble in organic solvent. Now salts are insoluble in organic solvent. Now we how to remember example of those salts which are contraindicatory to this statement. So salts are soluble in water. Salts are soluble in water, insoluble in water. So here example, quinine monosulfate. So quinine is a main chemical constituent of cinchona. Again in cinchona, 4 main chemical constituents are present. One is quinine, then quinidine, cinchonine, and cinchonidine. So quinine and quinidine, these are having structural similarity. Similarly, cinchonine, cinchonidine having structural similarity, and this is the drug from quinoline type of alkaloid. So for quinoline, I have stated the test, haloquine test. So in haloquine test, bromine water is used. Likewise, just remember the thing, then it is coming, just correlate the thing. So salts insoluble in water. Which salt is insoluble in water? Quinine monosulfate from cinchona. Again, go back to the cinchona. What is the biological source of cinchona? There are 4 species of cinchona. Generally, we are just remembering by writing the things only. But if logically, cinchona calisaya, cinchona ledgeriana, cinchona officinalis, cinchona succirubra, out of which succirubra is having red color because of flobaphane is present. So what is the flobaphane? It is a part of tannin. We are studying alkaloid, but yes, in alkaloid also tannins are present. So flobaphane, it is insoluble red substance which is present in this cinchona. So likewise, you just remember the thing that will give you clear-cut idea which questions generally ask and how we can give the answer, logical answer to this point. So again, second exception is what? Here salts are soluble in organic solvent. Here what we have written, salts are sparingly or insoluble in organic solvent. And here again, we how to give example. So lobelia, the main chemical constituent is lobelin, apoatropine hydrochloride. Why here hydrochloride? Because it is inorganic acid salt, apoatropine. These are soluble in chloroform. So just make a diary, make a habit to write exception, general things. Before exception, we should know the general characteristic. Again, when we talk about this particular alkaloids. So at that time, one statement we have made, alkaloids are generally derived from amino acids. So again, one of the favorite question of question paper setter is what? Which amino acid and which drug. So at that time, this particular chart is very helpful for you people. Suppose tryptophan alkaloid. Tryptophan, that means amino acid, starting material for the synthesis of the strychnine and ergotamine. So again, ask question. Strychnine is from Nux vomica. Ergotamine is also from ergot. What is the similarity? Both contain indole type of nucleus, that is 6 member attached with 5 member ring where one nitrogen is present. So strychnine, ergotamine, both are having indole nucleus and both are derived from main amino acid, that is nothing but the tryptophan amino acid. So again in GPAT, the same question is asked. Tryptophan derived alkaloid. Following options are there. One is strychnine, morphine, anabasine, or nicotine. So at that time, we have to choose the correct. So at that time, we should know tryptophan indole. Tryptophan indole. Specifically, again, what? Strychnine and ergotamine. Similarly, ornithine derived. This is also amino acid. So one example is there from ornithine amino acid. The alkaloid which is derived, that is nicotine, which is present in your the tobacco. Then lysine alkaloid. So lysine is amino acid from lysine, anabasine and lupinin is derived. Then phenylalanine alkaloid or phenylalanine derived alkaloid. So propane alkaloid, hyosamine. One hyosamine is the main chemical constituent of what? Belladonna. So that is derived from phenylalanine alkaloid. Mescaline is also example. Similarly, tyrosine alkaloid. So tyrosine amino acid. So here example is what? Morphine, papaverine and codeine. All are your isoquinoline nucleus as well as phenanthrene nucleus. Morphine, codeine belongs to phenanthrene. Papaverine belongs to isoquinoline. Next to that, terpene alkaloid. So terpenoid. Already I talked about terpenoid. That is when isoprene unit is there. Isoprene is what? C5H8. So when isoprene one unit is there, that is it is just the terpene. Monoterpene means two isoprene unit. Diterpene means four isoprene unit. Then triterpene means six isoprene unit. Likewise. So when it is becoming more, so at that time the concept is what? Terpenoid unit. So here example is what? Your carotenoid. So which is the main chemical constituent of carrot, and it is a anthocyanin pigment. Now having more research component, that is carotene, because of its antioxidant potential, and we know that whenever the drug is having antioxidant potential, so at that time it is curing large variety of diseases starting from your diabetes, cancer, ulcer. So this is what the terpenoid, alkaloid, squalene and carotene. So this is how the classification, which is based on which amino acid is taking part into synthesis of this alkaloid. And on this, short sure one question will be there. On chemical test, specific chemical test, that is murexide, thiopurine and vitalimorine test. For ergotamine, the solubility test is, ergometrin solubility test is there. Ergotamine, different tests are there. Vanner's reagent is used not for ergometrin, it is used for ergotamine as well as ergocrystal. So such statement you should know, and you should just compile statement wise. Preparation should be there. Once you just read all alkaloid, starting from its introduction, all the examples, and then start the homework in this manner. Again, classification which is based on the pharmacological activity. Simple question in GPAT may be asked, that is ephedrine is having that dash dash activity. So we are studying very hard. Ephedrine is protoalkaloid or for ephedra we are just remembering structure also. Ephedra sinica, ephedra gerardiana, these are nothing but the species of ephedra. Then there is presence of nodes, internodes, no leaves are present. Likewise, all we are having knowledge, but at the same time we should know exact use of that particular drug. So it is anti-asthmatic in respiratory related diseases. Ephedrine, because whatever the correlation with the adrenaline, it is used. Again, if come to the sixth category, I am not taking as first is analgesic narcotic. Why I am taking any example? Because we should correlate. We should correlate with so many aspects. Then and then only we can remember the things in the pharmacognosy. Now take example antitussive property of codeine. Morphine, we are know NSAID, right? Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, morphine. Same chemical constituent, that is codeine, only methoxy at 5 position, 7th position in the phenanthine nucleus, OH is replaced with OCH3. That becomes the structure of your codeine, and still it is giving different activity. That is nothing but the anti-tussive activity. So just remember that which chemical constituents are present in drug. Again, take a second example of your Naxomica. So in Naxomica, Strychnos naxomica is the main drug which contains strychnine as well as brucine. Strychnine is having different activity, whereas brucine is having, because of its intense bitter test, it is used as a marker for bitterness value also. So likewise, just correlate the things. Again, reserpine as an antihypertensive, smooth muscle relax and atropine and papaverine are there. So by correlating, you just remember the thing. Only on 4-5 slide, I have explained you people that is how to study alkaloid. If Ajinkya sir, are you there? Ajinkya
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So how much time we are having?
Ma'am, you can continue for more 25 minutes.
Okay. Students, are you taking interest in this particular discussion? By discussion session also we can go ahead, or I will again give some tips for remembering glycoside. This is what your alkaloid. Now I will take you to the classes. That is nothing but the glycoside. So how to remember glycoside? Basic thing is what? General thing is what? Glycoside. Glyco name indicate that there is a presence of glycon part. Glycoside means what? Glycon. That is sweet. Sugar. Sugar part is there, glycon part is there, but it is not giving the any action. It is associated with a glycon part, which is non-sugar moiety. And when this particular glycon as well as a glycon are associated with each other, that becomes glycoside. Now, on which parameter we can have the classification? So very first here, depending on the types of glycon, we can have various classes of glycoside. On a glycon's chemical basic nucleus, we can have the classification. Again, this linkage glycon to a glycon, whether it is through carbon atom, whether it is through oxygen, whether it is through nitrogen, or whether it is through sulfur. So depending upon that, again, glycosidal linkage is also one of the way for the classification. So one way is what? Sugar, as it is associated with this glycoside. But when this bond will get break, then there is either action of enzyme or action of acid. At that time only, it will be divided into two parts, that is glycon and aglycon. Otherwise, they are associated with each other through the glycosidal linkage. So, hydrolysis is very, very important. And in glycoside, the question generally asked on the hydrolysis pattern. So, on hydrolysis of, here just I'll take example of glycosides, say example saponin glycoside. So saponin glycoside, there are two classes of saponin glycoside. One is steroidal saponin, one is pentacyclic saponin. Steroidal means 4 cycle, pentacyclic means 5 cycle. Don't remember the ring. How many how many rings? So 4 in the steroidal and 5 rings in the pentacyclic nucleus. Again, this pentacyclic saponin nucleus is divided into alpha amyrine type, beta amyrine type, and lupeol type. So this is what the introductory part. If I am talking about the saponin alkaloid, saponin again soap-like action. Then alpha amyrine, beta amyrine, and lupeol. We are having in syllabus one example, that is nothing but your Glycyrrhiza glabra or licorice. So when we are talking about the saponin glycoside, so this Glycyrrhiza glabra is belonging to which subclass? So we should know Glycyrrhiza glabra is nothing but beta amyrine type. Specific word. Glycyrrhiza glabra, beta amyrine type. Again, main chemical constituent of glycyrrhiza glabra is what? It is nothing but the glycyrrhetinic acid, glycyrrhizin, or we can say that it is nothing but the calcium or potassium salt of glycyrrhetinic acid. Hetanic acid, remember, hetanic acid, which on hydrolysis, a glycon will on one side and glycol will on one side. So what is a glycon? So two glucuronic units are there in the glycyrrhiza glabra. So on hydrolysis, licorice will produce glycyrrhizinic acid plus 2 glucuronide unit, glycyrrhizinic acid plus rhamnose sugar, glycyrrhizinic acid plus hexose, mannose, whatever it may be. So at that time, our answer should be that it is 2 glucuronic acid as well as glycyrrhizinic acid. So it is on the concept that is nothing but the glycon and aglycon part. So both are linked by glycosidyl linkage, and this link is reduced. This link is breakdown on enzymatic as well as acidic hydrolysis. So now come to the again whatever I have explained for alkaloid. Similar way, how to make a list of drug exception, that is nothing but the physical property. So general statement for glycoside is the colorless, solid, amorphous, non-volatile constituent, that is colorless. Here colorless, exception to this colorless, that is flavonoid type of glycosides are yellow in color. Again come to the flavonoids. So when we are coming to the flavonoid, so flavonoid is a group of constituent that is either maybe flavone, maybe flavonone, maybe flavon, maybe flavonol, isoflavone, anthocyanidin. So again I have just explained carotene. So that carotene is anthocyanin. So that anthocyanin is coming in what? Again flavonoid. So flavonoid is again coming in what? Glycoside. So flavonoids are generally yellow to orange in color. Here if lycopene, we are taking example, so that lycopene which is present in tomato, it is having the reddish orange coloration, and again it is a part of flavonoid. So exception to the statement of glycoside, that is glycosides are colorless in nature. Here exception is what? Your flavonoid, that is yellow in coloration. And similarly anthraquinone, just now I have put the example of carotene as well as lycopene. So they are red or orange in color. Again, second general statement is what? They give positive reaction with the molition filling solution after hydrolysis. We are knowing that this test is for what? These are for carbohydrate. And here in just in the definition part, we have seen that glycosides are nothing but they are glycon attached to a glycon through the glycosidyl linkage. Glycon means what? Sugar. That is why they are giving positive reaction with molition fillings reagent. But this is after hydrolysis only. If they are associated with a glycon part through the linkage, they are not giving this test positive. Then most of them have bitter taste. General statement is what? Glycosides, alkaloids, both are having the bitter taste. But here, one example, that is licorice, which is from saponin glycoside. This is what the sweet in taste. Again, second one is populin is also sweet in taste, and stevoside is also from stevia. It is also having the sweet taste. So here on taste also question may be arise. Then odorless, generally all are odorless. Here saponin glycyrrhizin, that is having characteristic odor. So you can just remember this particular point, means which are having the characteristic odor. So that is nothing but your glycyrrhizin. Again glycon and aglycon, when on hydrolysis then they are separated. What is the solubility characteristic? So glycon, that means sugar, and we know that sugars are soluble in water, insoluble in organic solvent. And aglycon, now aglycon, when it is in separated state, at that time they are insoluble in water, soluble in organic solvent, but some are soluble in alcohol. That is the solubility characteristic. Generally, this is statement is obeyed by all type of glycoside. So here no exception we have written. Only you have to remember that glycon part is soluble. Glycon means what? Sugar. That is why it is soluble in water. आपण चहा बनवतो soluble होते, right? Same way you can just remember. And second one is what? A glycon, that is insoluble in water and soluble in organic solvent. A glycon is insoluble in water. This is what the point you have to give concentration. Then classification, which is based on a glycon part. Now here again also you have to remember the classes, that is anthraquinone glycoside, cardiac glycoside, coumarin glycoside, aldehyde glycoside, then phenol, bitter, isothiocyanate, and saponin glycoside. So you just prepare the chart of this classification because this is very important. As at the start only, I have started with the black mustard, and I have explained you this is what the part of your daily food preparation. That is nothing but in Marathi it is called as mohori. So it is the drug from thio, means sulfur containing drug. So what is the example? Black mustard is an example of isothiocyanate glycoside. Again in black mustard also, what is the main chemical constituent there? So black mustard main chemical constituent is your cinegreen. Cinegreen is a main chemical constituent. Likewise, you just make a note of this particular classification. Again, anthraquinone glycoside. Anthraquinone means 3 rings are there. In the middle ring, there is a presence of double bond O. So double dianthron, Sena is dianthron. That means 2 anthraquinone nucleus attached with each other. So anthraquinone glycoside here, examples are Sena, Alo, Rhubarb. It is very difficult to remember, right? So what is the trick? So that trick also I want to just share with you. So based on O glycon, so how you can remember this particular classification? So Assistant Commissioner State, that is ACS class, you should know that ACS. Then FCS, that is nothing but the Forest Commissioner State. Then CBI, Central Bank of India, you can remember, or Central Bureau of Investigation, and AP, that is Andhra Pradesh, or you can give your code. Likewise, ACS, FCS, CBI, and AP. So here you can have the classification. A means what? Anthraquinone. C means what? That cardiac glycoside. S means what? Saponin glycoside. F means what? Flavonoid type of glycoside. Again, C means coumarin glycoside. S means steroidal glycoside, cyanogenetic glycoside, bitter glycoside, isothiocyanate glycoside, aldehyde, and phenol glycoside. Likewise, also you can prepare, or you can just have the common thing, that is C, triple C. One C is for cardiac, one C is for coumarin, and one C for cyanogenetic type of glycoside. Again, you can that is CQ. Then S square, that is saponin glycoside and steroidal glycoside. Now, how to remember the examples of that class also? So anthraquinone glycoside. So when we are talking about anthraquinone nucleus, so again it is very difficult to remember the thing, to remember the drug. So here cars, anthraquinone cars. One you just ACP, FCP, then AP. With this, when you are doing homework, so at that time again you point like anthraquinone glycoside cars. Now cars means what? Here again cascara, then aloe, rhubarb, and senna. So this is what cars. Again, if again here example, that is coenal and hypericum is also there. So again against C and H also you can add. Then cardiac glycoside. So cardiac glycoside, if it is related to heart, one has to make call. So STD may be there. That is a previous concept. Now mobile concept is there. So Previous concept you can just remember, that is STD. STD for the phone, cardiac related, cardiac glycoside. So S means what? Stropanthus. Then T means Thivetia. D means digitalis, against Will. And the drug here, that is STD, that is Stropanthus Thivetia digitalis. Again here you can have the classification, that is bifidinolide, cardenolide. Likewise, so many tricks are there, but it is time bound session, so I can't give emphasis on the classification as per that also. Next one is cyanogenetic glycoside. So cyanogenetic, only one example is there. Sorry, two examples are there. Cyanogenetic, that is C triple bond N, nitrogen attached with carbon with triple bond. Example is what? Your bitter almond, that is nothing but the main chemical constituent amygdalin, or it is called as amygdala, common name. Then wild cherry bark, prunacin is the main chemical constituent. So this is what the cyanogenetic glycoside. Now bitter glycoside, that means because of their intense bitter taste, these are used, or these are utilized as tonics, appetizers. So which are that? So bitter means again HQGC. Our GC gas chromatography HQ, you just prepare the word as per your convenience. So henna, Pashiya, Gentian and Chirata. These are nothing but the examples of bitter glycoside. Now isothiocyanate type of glycoside. So isothiocyanate means sulfur, black mustard, cinegreen. Then aldehyde glycoside. So vanilla as well as the second example is Anand mold. Then phenolic glycoside. Likewise, you can have the classification remembrance. Again, glycosides. We are classified this glycoside on the basis of what? Glycon also. Glycon means which sugar is present. So if sugar present is fructose, fructoside. Rhamnose, rhamnoside. Side indicates that it is nothing but the glycoside. So glycon plus or glycon plus glycon, it is our definition with the glycosidyl linkage, that is glycoside, right? When a glycon attached with one sugar, it is called as monoside. When one glycon attached with two sugar, it is called as bioside. When one glycon with three sugar, it is trioside. Now what will be the question in GPAT examination? So which are the drugs which are having monoside, which are having the bioside, trioside and tetraside? So monoside means what? Only one sugar on hydrolysis. So barbaloin is the main chemical constituent of aloe. Barbaloin is the main chemical constituent of aloe, which on hydrolysis produces aloeimodine. So aloeimodine is what? Anthone nucleus and one glucose moiety. So that is why it is called as monoside. So in examination, what will be the question? Example of monoside glycoside is aloe, then your digitalis, or whatever, you can take any example like glyceriza. So at that time we should know that, means for all glycoside you have to do homework in this way. What is monoside? Example, you have to write what is a glycon part and how many sugar on hydrolysis it will release. So second example, take example, that is silarene. So silarenine is a glycon which along with glucose and rhamnose, when silarenine along with glucose rhamnose are present, it is called as silarine A, which is a main chemical constituent of swill. Swill is cardiac glycoside. So it becomes bioside. Trioside means what? Three sugars on hydrolysis that drug should produce. That is, take example of digoxin. On hydrolysis of digoxin, there is a presence of digoxygenine. Genine indicate it is a glycon plus 3-digit oxo sugar. That means it becomes triose. And tetrose. Tetrose means what? Purpurea glycoside A on hydrolysis produces digoxin, and digoxin on hydrolysis produces 3-digit oxo plus digoxygenine. Now purpurea glycoside, one sugar which is attached. That is nothing but the glucose. So in purpurea glycoside, it is a primary glycoside. Digoxin is a secondary glycoside. Degoxygenin is a glycon. So digoxin to degoxygenin with 3 sugar and purpurea glycoside to degoxygenin with 4 sugar, 3 deoxygens, 1 glucose. That is why it becomes tetroside. Similarly, we can continue. I think Ajinkya sir, students are getting bored.
No, ma'am, not that is not the case.
Okay, because it is the capacity of student also. Yes, for how much period they want to listen. Otherwise, if they are getting bored, we should stop here, or we have to stop here. Otherwise, it is not. Means I am having so many PPTs for tannins, glycoside, volatile oil. One day workshop I can take by at my own, but we have to think about students mentality as well as capacity point of view. So shall we stop here?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll
Students,
close.
if you have any queries, you can ask, ma'am. You can unmute and you can ask, or you can drop it in the chat box.
Yes, you can ask students. Because why I am saying these statements, I myself can't listen more than 2 hours. So already they are in session from I think 9:30. So yes,
Yes,
if any
Gopal, if you want to ask, you had raised the hand, you can unmute and ask. Yes, Abhinav Singh.
okay. So just 1 minute, I just want to summarize the things. Likewise, in pharmacognosy, the point is what? Your biological source. It is very difficult to remember biological source. So at that time, you just prepare a chart of drug, their biological source, main chemical constituent, and main uses. That one chart is sufficient only with respect to chemical constituent, uses, and biological source. Second chart you should prepare, that is type of stomata and their example, like parasitic stomata, dicytic stomata, anisocytic, anomocytic stomata and their example. Third chart you just prepared with the types of trichomes. So different types of trichome and different drugs are there. That chart is sufficient. Fourth chart you just prepare all the specific tests. That may be from glycoside, that may be from alkaloid, tannins, volatile oils. Specific test you just take. Main ingredient you take, that is main chemicals which used and what is the indication. So that chemical is also one of the important charts, that is chemical test. Fourth chart you just prepared of genuine drug, adulterant and characteristic. That means suppose Rauwolfia, here Rauwolfia serpentina. So in Rauwolfia serpentina sclerides are absent, but Rauwolfia hometoria, Rauwolfia tetrarauwolfia.
अगं माझं पिरियडचं लास्ट डे आहे तुम्हाला समजत कसं
So, Rauwolfia hometoria and Rauwolfia sclerides are present. Likewise, genuine drug, adulterant. Similarly, that chart is again for those drugs. Hardly, I think there is 15 drugs which are characteristically different from the genuine drug. So that chart is also sufficient. And again, separate chart for glycoside, separate chart for classification chart for alkaloid, volatile oil, tannins. Likewise, if you prepare, this is more than sufficient for the pharmacognosy study. Getting students?
Okay, so Saili Buzade has raised the hand. Saili, if you want to ask anything, you can unmute and ask. Chaitanya Pawar.
You can write in chat box also.
If you are unable to unmute, and you can write it in the chat box too.
Hello sir, chat box also disabled sir. Can you please enable?
Yes.
Sir, chat box also disabled sir.
Okay. Just a minute.
You can ask better by unmuting yourself. By unmuting yourself, you can ask.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, for studying of pharmacognosy, while preparing for GPAT exam, which reference book we can prefer for a good reference
Okay, very good.
and correlating all concepts of pharmacognosy?
Yes, very good concept and very good question on concept. So just go by Trees and Evans, Brady Taylor, and then come to the textbook, that is Cocates, Gokhale's, that textbook, and one microscopy point of view. You just take help of Khandelwal book, but I will suggest you Trees and Evans, Brady Taylor, that is self-explanatory. Plant tissue culture, which points is important for GPAT. So with respect to plant tissue culture, basic you should know, that is organic, inorganic nutrient, macronutrient, micronutrient, and only why these are called as micronutrient, why these are called as macronutrient, concentration and example, that is media. Again, that micro propagation concept. Second concept is what your hybridization concept. Transgenic plants concept is there. So transgenic means which gene is transferred, but basically you should know that protein synthesis, transcription, translation, such type of homework you have to do. That is aseptic condition. For sterilization, what is used. So for plastic material, if it is there, so in plant tissue culture technology or in that lab, which method for sterilization is useful, or if the material is of borosilicate, how one can sterilize the platform. Likewise, these points are important. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes, I can share my PPT with when just now just contact me on 7350981818. I'll share my all PPT. Right?
Ma'am,
excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, your contact number, please, once again.
7350981818. Thank you, Pallavi. Very nice and informative session.
hi.
Actually,
Hello, ma'am.
within 2 days, we can finish pharmacognosy with all the concepts.
Hello, ma'am. I have one question.
What? Yes, beta.
Ma'am, how we remember the pharmacognosal families?
For that purpose, just I asked you to prepare one chart where you have to emphasize on biological source, right? That is means starting with main glycoside, alkaloid, their genus, species, and families. Likewise, you prepare chart, and daily when you are just having 5 minute times, just watch as well as read that chart, and daily when you are doing that exercise, that will become very easy.
Ma'am, do you have this chart in your slide?
Yes, I'll share with you. No issue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Is it necessary to remember cultivation or history?
Suppose if cultivation point of view, at that time you should remember the maturity period of drug. That means if Sena we are talking, so Sena, this is 6-month plant, whereas if we are talking about Cinchona, So it is 8 to 12-year plant. That means maturity period will be 8 to 12 years. So that point of view, collection period is what? Then maturation period is what? When that plant becomes matured. So what is the method for collection? So for say example, hand picking method is there for Sena. For collection, there is uprooting as well as copy stick method is there. So likewise, by cultivation and collection also, these are the some points you just have to remember.
Ma'am, please share the number in chat box.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are so grateful for this wonderful session.
Thank you, Veda. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
I will just ask to Ajinkya sir. Sir, if we'll have 2 to 8 days session now, so at that time we'll cover all the things. Means student will not have to go here and there for study of these basic concepts. We'll cover
Yes,
in
yes.
workshop.
Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy is planning for the same. Surely something good will come out, and we are having support of Rasika ma'am, and surely it will be a very good event in future too. And ma'am, as you said that there is always a capacity for the listeners. So I don't think such a wonderful session will have some time limit or what, because it is reflecting in the chat box. You can see the views of students in the chat box, that you can continue ahead also. But as we know that it is Sunday and ma'am will also have certain works, personal works. So we will have to stop somewhere, and we can connect her through her contact number or email address, which we will share on your WhatsApp and Telegram groups. You can contact her directly. She is accessible. She is really accessible. She is very good guide. So you can ask her for various things that you want to know related to pharmacognosy. So now I think it's now we can stop here, and we can end this session, and we can move forward, because ma'am is also having some. Yes, ma'am, please.
Just I propose.
Ma'am, can you repeat your number, please?
Okay. Okay. 7350981818. Just I want to say thanks. Principal Arote sir, who is my guru in all respect. That is from my student career. He was guiding me, and still also he is guiding me. Again, I am thankful to organizer, conveyor, Mr. Giri Mahendra sir. Again, I am thankful to most genius, talented student also, and now my colleague Ajinkya Pote sir, because he is having too much potential with respect to this GPAT and all the things. And again, I want to extend my sincere thanks to my institute, that is Sanjeevani College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, where I am serving. I am thankful to my management and principal of Sanjeevani College. And last but not least, I am very much thankful to all of you students, because you are here. That's why I can share my knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasika. How are
Thank you,
you?
ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rasika,
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
how are you?
Fine, sir. Fine.
It's a beautiful session.
Yes, it's because of you, because of whatever the path you have shown to us, sir. On that path, we are just trying to go.
And I'm damn sure that in future also, for my student, you will share your whatever the not only the slide, but personally you will attend my student whenever, as and when they required.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yeah.
Just at
Right.
the start of session only, I have stated that students, maybe of Matoshri, student, maybe of any college, we are just treating them as a student, because somewhat we are having, just we want to give to them. That's why no barrier of colleges, no barriers of we can say that region, geographical region, nothing. You just call at any time. I will be available for you people. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, that is the quality of teacher, right? Thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you.
So now it's time to propose vote of thanks to Dr. Rasika Balke, madam. Ma'am, we are very thankful to you for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time for this session. I'm also thankful to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for associating with us for conduction of these national level workshops. I'm also thankful to management, principal, and entire staff of Matushri Institute of Pharmacy. I'm also thankful to the Institute of Dr. Rasika Bhalke Madam, that is Sanjuni College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Management and Principal for this session. I'm also thankful to all the participants present over here. So thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. So participants, ma'am's email ID and mobile number will be shared on your WhatsApp, Telegram groups, even in the chat box now. But before that, we will move towards our next session, that is third session and the last session of this day, that is tips and tricks for the preparation of GPAT and other pharma competitive exams for the subject pharmaceutical chemistry. We are having very eminent personality, Professor Deepak Musmade sir, with us to deliver this. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Matushri Institute of Pharmacy and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lone. Hello. Sir, have you joined?
अजिंक्य मुसमाडे सरांचा माईक मुसमाडे सर जॉईन आहेत परंतु माईक म्यूट आहे. मुसमाडे सर प्लीज अनम्यूट युअर माईक.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible, Ajinkya?
Yeah.
I welcome you on behalf of Matushri Institute of Pharmacy and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lone.
Shall I start, Ajinkya?
No, sir. Before that, we will introduce today's speaker, that is Dr. Deepak Musmade sir. Deepak Musmade sir, currently working as principal, Nandakumar Shinde College of Pharmacy, Vizapur. So talking about his educational background, he has completed his bachelor's from University of Pune. In the year 2008, he has completed his master's in pharmaceutical chemistry in the year 2010 from Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, and currently he is pursuing his PhD in pharmacy from JNTU, Hyderabad. Talking about his work experience, he has worked as assistant professor at SVNHT's College of Pharmacy, Sri Shivaji Nagar, Rahuri Factory. He has also worked at Sanjuni College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research and currently working as principal, Nandakumar Shinde College of Pharmacy, Vizapur. He has guided 20 B.Pharm students and 1 M.Pharm student for their research projects. He is reviewer for various medicinal chemistry journals by Springer. Certain responsibilities that are handled by Deepak Musmade sir is exam in charge, NBA inspection criteria for teaching learning process, NAC inspection criteria of environment consciousness, innovations and best practices. He has published more than 50 research papers in the various national and international journals, and the total H index of Musmade sir is 11, while the I-10 index is 12. He has also received 550 citations for his research article, which is having a very good repute. So we have a very eminent personality of the subject, that is pharmaceutical chemistry, with us. Now I request Professor Musmade sir to deliver his session. Sir, please.
Thank you, respected Pote sir. First of all, I am thankful to Honorable Principal Dr. Araute sir, the program coordinator, Professor Giri sir, Professor Pote sir, for giving me an opportunity to interact with you people on the topic, that is how to get prepared for the GPAT examination. It is really an astonishing feeling that they have invited me to have an interactive session with all of you. Okay, so sir already has introduced me, so I will not going to waste the time, and with the prior permission of respected principal sir, I will going to start my presentation. Here, just before starting my presentation, just I want to highlight what I am going to cover. Just we are to face this particular GPAT examination from February, in the month of February. So we are having just only 3 months, and whatever the fast track tips or the tricks that we can use for getting the desired result in the GPAT examination, that I will going to share with you. And whatever the chemistry related tricks are there, some important topics, some important questions that we can highlight and we can pay the attention, that will all going to be discussed in this particular lecture. Okay, so just we'll move to our first slide. What is GPAT? Everybody knows that GPAT is nothing but the graduate aptitude test in pharmacy. What is its mode? Okay, the objective of keeping this particular slide in front of you all is that before having a war, we should know what is the exact condition of the battleground, isn't it? Okay, कुठल्याही युद्धाची तयारी आपल्याला जर अगोदर करायची असेल तर आपल्याला अगोदर माहिती पाहिजे की त्या बॅटल ग्राउंड मध्ये जी काही युद्धभूमी आहे त्या युद्धभूमीची रचना कशी आहे आणि त्या संरचनेवरती आपले जे काही स्ट्रेंथ्स आहेत आणि आपल्या विकनेसेस काय आहेत, या विकनेसेसचा अभ्यास करून आपण कुठल्या अपॉर्च्युनिटीज फाइंड आउट करू शकतो. तर याचा अभ्यास करण्यासाठी आपल्याला अगोदर माहिती पाहिजे की जीपॅट म्हणजे काय. तर जीपॅट लॉंग फॉर्म तर सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे, ग्रॅज्युएट ॲप्टिट्यूड टेस्ट इन फार्मसी. सो इट इज अ कन्सेप्ट बेस्ड कॉम्पिटेटिव्ह एक्झामिनेशन. कन्सेप्ट बेस्ड म्हणजे काय की ज्या काही वॉट एव्हर द कन्सेप्ट वी आर लर्न ड्युरिंग आर ऑल day to day regular teaching learning process, okay, that all concept we have to apply, all concepts we have to apply, and we have to appear for the GPAT examination. So that is what we are going to learn in this particular session. Okay, if you see the exam mode, it is a computer based mode, that is online examination will be there. The duration of the exam is 3 hours. Whatever the number of questions that we are going to face, it is 125. All these questions are multiple choice questions. So the main dilemma of this particular discussion or this particular examination focus on the MCQs, that is multiple choice questions. We required the conceptual clearance or the concept clear knowledge to appear for the exams which are based upon the multiple choice questions, isn't it? If theoretical questions are there, then we can add some points related to that one by one. But for the MCQ type of questions, we require to have a proper conceptual knowledge of that particular subject, that particular examination syllabus, isn't it? Marking scheme, negative marking scheme is there, 25% reduction for the wrong answer. Okay, that is, if you have a question for the 4 marks, then 1 mark will be deducted for each wrong response. We are having 500 marks total for this GPAT examination. And the frequency of the examination, okay, it is most important. There are some examination that are carried out twice in a year, thrice in a year. Okay, so MBA examinations are there which is conducted twice in a year, but GPAT examination, this particular examination is going to be conducted once in a year, and up to peculiar date, if you considered, it is in the February month. Maximally it is in the February month. Okay, we are having the notification for this GPAT examination. Now most important part is what is the weightage of the questions. Okay, so this slide is most important, which highlight what is our strength and what is our weakness and what is the strength in the GPAT examination question paper. ठीक आहे, की आपली स्ट्रेंथ आणि आपल्या विकनेसेस काय आहे, याच्या बरोबर जीपॅट एक्झामिनेशनच्या स्ट्रेंथ काय आहेत आणि जीपॅट एक्झामिनेशन मधल्या विकनेसेस काय आहेत ते आपल्या समोर हायलाइट करण्यासाठी ही स्लाइड्स खूप महत्वाची आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला सब्जेक्ट वाइज वेटेज दिलेला आहे. तर व्हेन यू स्टडी द प्रिव्हियस इयर सॅम्पल क्वेश्चन पेपर्स, or previous year GPAT examination question papers, at that time you can identify this particular chart. You can compare for any question paper of the previous year, that you will have a maximum weightage for the two subjects, that is pharmaceutical chemistry. It accounts near about 152 marks out of 500, and total number of questions which will be there in the exam question paper GPAT examination is 38. Okay, means what? You will going to have 38 questions. 38 questions on the pharmaceutical chemistry. 38 questions are there on the pharmaceutic subject. Total marks 152. So now you can count the two major pillar of pharmacy field, that is pharmaceutical chemistry and pharmaceutics. These two subjects are having near about 60% weightage. 60% weightage of the total number of questions or total number of marks. Out of 500, 304 marks will be covered in only two subjects. Only in two subjects, pharmaceutical chemistry and pharmaceutics. Now, if a person having the strength that he or she is having very good hand in pharmaceutical chemistry, then he can choose only one subject.
Hello, sir. Take a second. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hello.
So that is, he can justify it with the strength. Okay, that pharmaceutics, I am having the interest in the pharmaceutic subject, and I'm that much confident that I will get prepared well with the pharmaceutic subject and the pharmaceutical chemistry subject. Then you can focus on these two subjects where 76 questions are there, and total number of marks are 304 marks. So out of that 76, if your 50 questions are correct, then also you will going to have a qualification marks, that is 186 marks. That is a cutoff for the open category in the last year, and previous year 163 marks are there. That is the cutoff for the open category candidate. So that score required 40 to 45 questions correct. Out of 125, only 33% questions if you are attempted correct, then you will going to qualify this particular GPAT examination. It is a very simple examination. If you consider the regular graduate B Pharmacy examination, there is a passing criteria of the 40% and the 45%. To pass in the theory subject, we require 40% marks. To pass in the practical subject, we require 45% marks. But GPAT examination is the one examination where you require 33% marks. Out of 500, you require near about 150 marks or 160 marks to qualify this particular graduate aptitude test in pharmacy. Means what? This GPAT examination is quite simple, quite easier as compared to that of the regular examinations, isn't it? So this pictorial diagram, this table indicates the weightage, percentage wise weightage and the mark wise weightage of the individual subject. Pharmacognosy, we are having 10 questions, weightage is 40 marks. Pharmacology, we are having 28 questions, the weightage is 112 marks. And the other subjects like pharmaceutical jurisprudence is there, microbiology is there, pharmaceutical engineering is there. So total collectively, we are having 11 questions on these other subjects, and that are totally account for 44 marks. So out of these 5 heads, you can observe that pharmaceutical chemistry and the pharmaceutics, these are the majors. Along with that, pharmacology is there. So these are the 3 major subjects that will cover the maximum questions, maximum number of questions in the GPAT examination, as well as maximum number of marks. Maximum marks will be covered in these 3 subjects only: pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics, and the pharmacology. Okay, so when you want to qualify this particular examination, then you have to identify that your strength are there in the pharmaceutics and the pharmaceutical chemistry. Then by blind mind also, I will assure you that you will going to qualify the examination. If you have a knowledge of the pharmacology, if you are interested in the pharmacology, if you combine it with the pharmaceutics or the pharmaceutical chemistry, then also your chances of the qualification of this examination increases by near about 80 to 90%. Okay. There will be some questions that will be asked from the others like pharmacognosy and the other subject. If you are able to solve that questions, then might be your chances increases up to the 100% also. Okay, so I will going to discuss about the pharmaceutical chemistry in this particular lecture, and that 38 questions, okay, that are going to be asked from the different topics. Okay. Now, if you want to prepare for the GPAT examination, what are the different tips are there? Okay, simple tips are there. You can come from the top to bottom, 5 tips are there, or from bottom to top. Okay, so there are the two kind of a persons are there. Okay, if you see the mentality of the every individual, he can think by 2 ways. Either he want to know the concept clear and then he want to apply it. Some people directly see the application and with the backward disconnection, retro way, they will adopt the retro study, and through this retro study, they are smart enough. They are first of all identify the sample question papers or previous year question papers. They will draw the important topics to be covered in that question papers. What are the important topics from the individual subject, individual syllabus, subject syllabus? Say for example, we are dealing with the pharmaceutical chemistry, and somebody asks that there are the 5 questions from the organic chemistry, and these 5 questions, out of these 5 questions, 1 question definitely comes on the molecular rearrangement. One question is there always in every GPAT examination question paper. 1 or 2 questions are there on the molecular rearrangement. So what that particular person identify from the question paper, that we have to prepare the molecular rearrangement for 8 marks. We have to calculate that 2 questions which carry 8 marks, and I will prepare the molecular rearrangement in such a way that I will get 8 out of 8. Okay, simple things. Now he will identify that, yeah, how this particular questions has been asked. Okay, so the questions are asked by the 2 ways. They will ask you how identify the product. They will give the reaction. They will give the starting material. They will give the final reagent that is used in that particular reaction, and they will ask you identify the product. Okay, so in that case, you have to identify what you require. You require the definition only. You require the definition. Conversion of amides into amines in presence of sodium hypohalide. It is the definition of Hofmann rearrangement. And if a question asked on the Hofmann rearrangement, identification of the product, what we are, our main concept knowledge is what? We should understand the starting material. Amides conversion जर amines मध्ये होत असेल आणि तिथे जर सोडियम हायपोहालाइट हा reagent असेल, if there is a presence of the reagent as a sodium hypohalide, then I just proudly say that it is a product of the Hofmann rearrangement. Okay, so what we require? We require the definition clearance, concept clearance. What is the definition of the individual rearrangement? If I study that, then my 8 marks will going to be clear, isn't it? My 8 marks will going to be clear. Second type of a question that will ask on this molecular rearrangement is that they will ask you to identify the rearrangement. They will give the reaction, and they will ask you which rearrangement is involved in this particular reaction, and they will give the different options like Curtius rearrangement, Hofmann rearrangement, Pinnacle-Pinnacolone rearrangement, Beckmann rearrangement, and depending upon that, you can identify that. If you have a conceptual knowledge clear, then you can easily identify that this particular reaction is based upon the Beckmann rearrangement or Curtius rearrangement, Fry's rearrangement. Okay, now what is that? What we can understand from this question paper? We can understand the backward study integration of your question with the syllabus. These are the important topics from this subject that are having the maximum weightage for that particular questions in the GPAT question paper. The trends you have to identify by referring 5 previous year question papers. Okay, when you refer 5 previous year question papers and you can integrate backward it with the syllabus, I assure you that you are going to qualify this particular examination with the good marks. I'm not saying that you will going to have a cutoff marks. I'm assure you that you will have the more than cutoff marks. You will in the rank, even though you will going to have a rank. If a person is able to solve 50% question correct from 125 questions, then he or she will be the first rank holder in the GPAT examination. Okay, provided that whatever the attempted questions are there, from that not a single question will be wrong. जर त्याच्यातला कुठलाही एक क्वेश्चन सुद्धा तुमचा रॉंग नसेल, तर definitely you will going to secure a first rank in the GPAT examination. It is not difficult. It requires only syllabus integration and the execution. Okay, so that is backward. Understand the exam pattern. Okay, how the repeatedly the questions will be asked from each and every subject, from pharmaceutical chemistry, from pharmacology, from pharmacognosy, from pharmaceutical jurisprudence. They will going to ask the one question on the schedule. So why to miss that particular 28 schedule, which will going to gives you the one full question, that is 4 of 4 marks. You have to calculate that. I require to have a 50 questions correct, then I should collect one by one. Okay, I must have the backward integration with the sample question paper, that pharmaceutical jurisprudence, from that schedules will going to have a one question. So I will going to prepare I will going to clear my concept with the schedules. Then focus on the weak areas. It is most important. Identification. First, everybody has to identify our weakness. Same way as that of our strength, one must identify our weakness. Now the question comes, sir, how to identify our weakness? Simple things. If you are not able to understand the concept, then that is your weakness. Second thing, sir, I don't have the interest to study the pharmaceutical organic chemistry. I don't have the interest to study pharmaceutical analysis. I don't have an interest to study the biochemistry. Sir, I don't never understand the structure of the heterocycle. I hate the heterocycle structure. That is your weakness. Now, how you are going to increase your interest in that subject? There is a phobia created in our mind. Okay, somebody has created the phobia from our 11th and 12th. Okay, every teacher comes in front of us and say that pharmaceutical organic chemistry is a difficult subject. Pharmaceutical chemistry is the most difficult subject to clear. Why? They say that there is a requirement of the particularity, there is a requirement of the specificity. Okay, there is a requirement of the correctness in the structure, there is a requirement of the correctness in the mechanism. Because of that reason, we are hating the chemistry subject. But what this GPAT examination tells us? It tells us that chemistry is having the maximum weightage, 152 marks. That is 33% weightage is exactly on the this particular one subject only, pharmaceutical chemistry. Then, though it is our weakness, we have to make it as our strength. And how you are going to create an interest in the chemistry? You are going to create the interest in the chemistry by executing the plans which you have prepared. Okay, by plans which you have prepared. I am not saying that in one day you should clear the one subject, hybridization. Okay, instead of, if you want to know the organic chemistry, then first of all you should know the carbon, isn't it? The basic concept of the pharmaceutical organic chemistry or the pharmaceutical chemistry or the medicinal chemistry starts with the carbon, and we should know the each and every concept related to the carbon clear in our mind. That is, carbon undergoes the hybridization, and due to hybridization only, carbon is showing the valency, that is 4. Carbon is a tetravalent. Why it is tetravalent? That is explained in the concept of hybridization. So if you have a clear idea about the hybridization, then there is nothing left in the organic chemistry, nothing left in the medicinal chemistry. The structures all are related to this tetravalent carbon only. Okay, we have to match up the valency of the carbon with the other atoms, and the beautiful structure of that organic compound will going to generate, which has a significant biological activity. That is nothing but your medicinal chemistry. So first of all, what we have to start? We have to start with the understanding the concepts related to the carbon. Okay, this is the one way. The peoples which has a sharp mind, a clever brain, they are mainly deals with this particular strategy, that is backward integration of the questions with the syllabus, and they are going to identify the strengths in that particular syllabus, in that particular subject, and where to focus they will going to identify, and within short period of time they will going to get a success in this particular competitive examination, that is GPAT examination, isn't it? But some people are there, they are very hardworking. Okay, they require, their trends are there, their mindset is such a way that they wish to work hard. So they will start from the top to bottom. They will first understand the concept. They know that I wish to appear for the GPAT examination. So first of all, I have to refer the syllabus. From syllabus, I will start with the pharmaceutic subject. I will start with the industrial pharmacy. Then we'll ask any person or the person who has qualified with GPAT examination. I will ask him, sir, which books I should refer? Then he said that you should refer Lackman and Lieberman for the industrial pharmacy. Then I will start reading the each and every topic from the syllabus related to that particular subject, and then I will clear my concepts, isn't it? I will make an effective plan to learn that particular concept day to day. I will wake up at early in the morning and I will going to study pharmaceutics from 5 to 6 a.m. From 6 to 7 a.m. I will going to study about the chemistry. From 7 to 8, I will pay attention towards ecology. And finally, from 8 to 9 a.m., I will pay attention towards the pharmacognosy. These are the 4 pillars of the pharmacy, and I will clear that particular examination through this concept. Okay, so they will focus on this particular topic by the top to bottom way. That is, there for the persons we are having the ability to take the hard work. Okay, hard work is essential, but you can have the little bit smart work to have a backward integration and to get the success in this particular examination. Okay, understanding the concept, making the effective plan. One very famous quote is there. Okay, if you fail to plan, you will plan to fail, isn't it? If you fail to plan, means you will plan to fail. Okay, if you are not having your plans correctly, corrective plans you are not prepared, then definitely that plans will leads to your failure, isn't it? You are planning yourself for the failure. But if your plans are clear, your goals are clear in your mind, then you will plan to success. You will going to plan to success. So just follow this famous quote. If you fail to plan, you will plan to fail, isn't it? Okay, so first of all, our planning should be clear in our mind that I will going to give the near about 1 hour from my daily 24 hours. From that 1 hour, I will going to pay the attention towards the GPAT examination. 2 hours I will going to give for GPAT examination. I will divide my syllabus in the 4 equal halves or 5 equal halves. I will assign this particular weekly plan. Then I will cover this weekly plan into the monthly plans. After monthly, it will be quarterly, and after quarterly, it will be semi-annual, and finally, it is annual plan or the yearly plan. In this short-term planning should be there. Then and then only you will going to clear this examination very easily. Okay, it is nothing difficult in this particular examination. Only thing is that application of the conceptual knowledge is the most important part here. What is the importance? Sir, you have told us the weightages, you have told us the tips how to plan your success in the GPAT examination. 5 steps you have told us. You have told us the backward integration. But what we get after qualification of this GPAT examination? What we get? Stipend. We will get the stipend from the Ministry of Human Resource and Development, AICTE. Okay, will provide you the stipend, monthly stipend for your master courses. Okay, through this GPAT qualification, the person who has qualified the GPAT examination will get the stipend for the 2 years for his master course. And similarly, after completion of the master, if his or her score is valid, he or she can pursue his doctorate in the pharmaceutical sciences with the fellowship Okay, so for that fellowship, we require the qualification called as GPAT. If we are qualified, then this process will going to executed from the higher educational authorities like AICT under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Okay, beside that, second importance is we require to get the admission to the master courses, we require GPAT appearance, we require GPAT qualification. Then we can pursue our master in Master of Pharmacy, Master of Science, Master of Technology, and Pharm MBA from the one of the best institutes of India like NIPER, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad is there, Hyderabad is there, Raebareli is there, Vaishali, okay, NIPER Vaishali is there, JSS, Ooty, that is one of the premium institute which are offering the pharmaceutical education. IISC, Indian Institute of Sciences, there are some Bangalore branches there of the Indian Institute of Sciences, they are having the pharmaceutical education, they will provide the MTech degree. Then we can also have the MTech from IIT BHU, that is Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University. Okay, so this BHU is the only IIT which has a pharmacy branch. Okay, so none of the IITs in India having the pharmacy as a branch in their curriculum. Only IIT Banaras Hindu University, it is having that particular branch. Then we'll have a BITS, that is Birla Institute of Technology, Patna, Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi. Okay, so these are the Pilani, Birla Institute of Technology, Pilani. So these are there. ICT, we are having ICT Mumbai, ICT Hyderabad is here. Then ICT Jalna. Okay, then we can also have the other institutes, okay, which are the premium institutes which are offering the pharmaceutical education. Okay, they will require the GPAT qualification for their admission. If you are GPAT qualified, then and then only you are going to be eligible for the NIPER examination. Okay, then and then only you can secure your admission through the NIPER entrance to the NIPER institute. Okay, the next, beside this admission process and all that things, somebody says, yes sir, we don't take interest in the higher education, I want to pursue my career, I want to pursue my job, then your hyper salaried jobs are waiting for you on the basis of this GPAT examination only. You say that, sir, how? Definitely, a person who is qualified the GPAT examination indicates that he has acquired a conceptual knowledge in the pharmacy field, and he will going to apply that, he or she will going to apply that particular conceptual knowledge for that industry. Then that industry happily acquire or hire that candidate as their employee, isn't it? So such kind of a persons who are GPAT qualified, they are getting the jobs more easily as compared to that of the persons which are not GPAT qualified, because that is an one indicator that this particular person has clearly acquired the conceptual knowledge of the pharmacy field. Because of that reason only he is having the ability to qualify the GPAT examination. So GPAT qualification is more important to get the good salaried jobs after B Pharmacy. Okay, some days you have heard that TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, these companies only hire the candidates who has qualified the GPAT examination. The candidate with the BPharm and the GPAT exam qualification, that are only shortlisted for the interview purpose. Okay, so that part is there. The next is we can evaluate with the GPAT that this particular person, whether he has acquired the conceptual knowledge of the pharmacy or not. Okay, from this GPAT examination. Now, what is strategies? Okay, different strategies that we want to adopt for the qualification. Okay, so this
So students,
take
care that there is something annotation related issues.
Some students are there, they are making the some scratches on the slides.
Okay, sir, I will take.
It is not visible, sir. Okay, so just we'll have this particular slide in front of you, that is cutoff marks. From the cutoff marks, how you can identify that the number of questions to be attempted and the number of questions to be exactly answered correctly through this particular in between this GPAT examination. So if you are belonging to the open category, you can identify that the cutoff marks for the open category in the year 2021 is the 186. For the OBC, it is 152 marks. For EWS, economically weaker section class, it is 155 marks. And for the SC category, it is 114 marks. And for ST category, it is 87 marks. Okay, so that is a cutoff marks. You can identify the trend that there is an increase in the marks by the tenfold. Okay, tenfold. Tenfold is nothing but what? 10% marks will going to be increased every year when you observe the trends of the marks in the last 5 years qualification marks. So that indicates what? Number of questions to be solved correctly has also been increases by the tenfold. Okay, means for the person who has qualified the GPAT examination in the 2020 examination, he require only 41 questions to be correctly answered out of 125. But for the 2021 last year, the person required to solve near about 45 questions or 46 questions to qualify the GPAT examination from the open category. Okay, so that trend you have to identify from this particular cutoff marks for the last 5 years. Okay, now what are the follow-up rules that we can plan? That is, divide your plan in the weekly, monthly and the yearly basis. Then you have to make a list for the daily do it list, that what we are going to do on the daily basis. And then finally we'll have a follow-up of your set goals. Okay, so means you have to plan your syllabus to be covered, okay, in the different ways, and on the weekly basis or monthly basis and the yearly basis, you have to identify the goals to be short-term goals to be covered, and finally on with the basis of the daily routine, you have to clear it.
Sir, just sorry for interruption. Somebody was making nonsense. Please stop that nonsense things. Please stop that nonsense. If somebody was just
Sir, from settings, please disable the annotation from the participants or from the attendees.
It can be done from Usmade sir's end only, because who is presenting, he can end.
Yes, sir. Musman sir, will you please disable that annotation from the attendees?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
On your settings, in the more, that option is there.
Annonate, I disable, sir. It is disabled in my actually from. Okay. So it is not from my side. Actually, it is from the viewer side.
Okay, now it's clear. Okay.
Okay. So it is from the viewer side. Somebody has making
the mobile in the children's hand, and that child is making this type of thing. Okay, host, please take your settings from the host side if it is possible. Disable that annotation from the attendees. Saurabh, are you there?
So, sir, actually, they have not made me as a host, so I cannot unable to disable it.
Yes. Saurabh.
go on, Musmade sir.
Okay,
It's
thank
okay
you.
now. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so these are the what to cover first. In that, the major subjects already I told you: the pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics, pharmacology, and pharmacognosy. These are the major subjects that we have to cover majorly. Then we'll move towards the minor subjects, that is biochemistry is there, inorganic chemistry, PJ, and the microbiology. The few questions are there from these particular subjects. Maximum weightage is for these four subjects, that is pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics, pharmacology, and pharmacognosy. 38 questions from the pharmaceutical chemistry, 38 questions from the pharmaceutics, 28 questions from the pharmacology, and 11 questions are there from the pharmacognosy. So these collectively near about 114 questions out of 125. 104 questions will be there from these 4 subjects only. Okay, so we have to pay more attention, or we have to cover these 4 subjects at the priority basis. And then we move towards the next subject like biochemistry, PJ, microbiology, and inorganic chemistry. Okay. Now this pharmaceutical chemistry, most important part. 38 questions are there, and from these 38 questions, what we have to cover, how to cover, and from where we have to study this particular pharmaceutical chemistry subject. That is most important. So when you come across with the pharmaceutical chemistry, from the your 4 years curriculum, in first year you are going to come across with the pharmaceutical inorganic chemistry in first semester, and pharmaceutical analysis in the first semester. Pharmaceutical inorganic chemistry and pharmaceutical analysis is there in the first semester, and pharmaceutical organic chemistry is there in the second semester. So from the first year, you should understand the titrimetric analysis in the pharmaceutical analysis, and inorganic chemistry, whatever the inorganic compounds or the gases that are used as a pharmaceutical agent, that we have to cover from the pharmaceutical inorganic chemistry. Then pharmaceutical analysis indicators, okay, which indicators we are using for the non-aqueous acid-base titration, aqueous acid-base titration, then precipitation type of a titration, redox type of a titrations, precipitation type of a titrations, that we have to cover from the subject pharmaceutical analysis 1. Then in second year, you will come across with the pharmaceutical organic chemistry second, where you will have the conceptual knowledge of the benzene and aromaticity, then carboxylic acid, aromatic amines, phenols, these are there. Then we are having the some polynuclear hydrocarbons, and finally we are having the heterocycles. Okay, so that we have to study in the pharmaceutical organic chemistry. So the questions to be asked from this particular topic, that is how, why, what we have to pay more attention in the pharmaceutical organic chemistry is that the name reactions. Okay, whatever the topic is there in that topic, if the name reaction is there, then you should must understand the general reaction of that particular name reaction. Say for example, we'll have the one reaction called as Riemer-Tiemann reaction. Okay, now this Riemer-Tiemann reaction and the Kolb reaction, these two reactions are there, which are there on the phenol. Now these two reactions, if you observe the trends in the last 5 years question paper, you can find out that there is a chances, 100% chances are there, you will have a one question on out of these two. Okay, those who are studied the question paper in detail, they can easily identify that Riemer-Tiemann reaction. One question is definitely on the Riemer-Tiemann reaction or Kolb reaction. The trend is that if in 2015 you will have a question on the Riemer-Tiemann reaction, then in 2016 you will find a question on the Kolb reaction. But in the 2020 and 2021, both question papers having the question on the Riemer-Tiemann reaction. Okay, so maximum chances are there they will not going to repeat this for the 2022. Okay, instead of that, they will going to ask the question on the Kolb reaction. Okay, so one question that you can identify from the trends in the organic chemistry questions, that the name reactions, and out of that, which name reactions are repeatedly asked. These are repeatedly only. Okay, trends are there. Depending upon that trends, you can identify that this question will be there. Okay, they will going to have a question on the molecular rearrangement. Okay, molecular rearrangement, already I told you that. Okay, the major rearrangement reaction, the focus given by this GPAT examination question paper setter is that they will going to ask you the question on the Beckmann rearrangement. Okay,
sir,
and
please just hold, please. Who is Swapnali? Miss Swapnali Jadhav. Swapnali A or Swapnali Jadhav, making the things happen. right? Otherwise, I will remove this Miss Swapnali. Yeah, okay. Musmani sir, please continue.
Yes. Sorry, sir. Okay. So that question that is the ask on that particular part, that is the Beckman rearrangement and the courteous rearrangement. Okay, where the product is same, exactly same product is formed, that is the ring enlargement reaction is there, but the reagents are different. Okay, so because of that particular reason, these two rearrangement are having the clear repetitions, or the clear questions will be asked on this particular rearrangement. So one has to pay the attention in the rearrangement reactions such a way that the products are same, the reactions which we have to study in such a way that the name reactions which has a similar products, okay, that name reactions must be considered for our study. Okay, because that reactions will be repeatedly asked, and as the product is same, then maximum people will have a confusion. Because of that reason, they are giving the maximum weightage for the questions which are having the real confusion in the products, identification of the products, or identification of the name of the rearrangement. Okay, then one part that they will going to ask about the heterocyclic chemistry, that is the character. Okay, acidic character, basic character. Okay, which is more basic, which is more acidic, depending upon the presence of electron withdrawing groups and depending the presence of the electron donating groups. Okay, so that increasing order and the decreasing order, okay, that one has to prepare thoroughly, because they will going to face they will going to have a question on that particular part, that is try arrange this particular product in the increasing order, or arrange this product in the decreasing order. Okay, then one more question they will going to ask on this particular organic chemistry type, that is match the following. Okay, in the match the following, what they will going to ask, they will going to ask the starting material and they will put the product in front of that, or they will ask the product form or the reaction they are going to give, and in front of that the name of that reaction has been put. Okay, say for example Riemer-Tiemann reaction is there, the product is given. Hofmann rearrangement, the product is given. Curtius rearrangement or the Beckman rearrangement, the product is given. Okay, we have to just match the following. A, B, C, D is there, and correct order we have to assign for the four that particular match the pair. 4 pairs are given. Okay, so in that you just observe that the trend is that only one correct answer is there. Means what? Out of that 4, though you are unable to know the exact 4 correct pairing. Okay, instead of that only one pairing is there. Okay, that you know if it is correct. Say for example Hofmann rearrangement pairing, you know, the remaining 3 you don't know, but the options contain the Hofmann rearrangement pairing correct at one place only. Okay, at one place only. Okay, so at one place means what? If you know the Hofmann rearrangement concept clear, you will going to get the full marks for that question. Match the pairing. This match the pairing question is most easiest question to attempt, and it is maximally repeatedly asked in the medicinal chemistry also. Okay, they will going to give the structure, they will going to identify the class, or they will going to give the drug, they will going to ask you to identify the adverse drug reaction, or they will going to give you the drug and they will going to ask you the metabolite which will going to give you the adverse effect or the side effect. Say for example cyclophosphamide is here, acrolein, it is a metabolite which is there to give the urinary toxicity or nephrotoxicity, that is the adverse effect. Okay, so cyclophosphamide, acrolein, nephrotoxicity, that chart is clear to you in your mind. In medicinal chemistry you have to focus on this particular part more thoroughly. Earlier the days are there where they are asking about the structures, classifications and the MOA. Nowadays they are shifted their attention towards the metabolism, active metabolites, and that too the metabolites which will having the significant side effect or responsible for the adverse drug reaction. That metabolites you have to identify, okay, from the class of the that particular medicinally important compounds. Okay, so from where you will get all that particular metabolites, you have to refer FOA, 7th edition of the medicinal chemistry by William Foy, that has given the exactly the metabolites which is having the adverse effect. I had given the one example of the cyclophosphamide and the acrolein. Same way, others are there. Paracetamol, simple. Paracetamol is also having the metabolites which is responsible for the hepatotoxicity. Okay, so that also we have to identify. From where you will get the information? You have to refer William Foy for the medicinal chemistry. You have to refer Berger. Okay, there are the 6 volumes are there. Okay, from that also you will get the idea about the medicinal compounds, its metabolite, and that is responsible for the side effects. Underline the word side effects and the adverse effect. That is most important. That toxicity reaction shown by the presence of the metabolite from that particular class of organic compound. That is the important topic to be covered from the medicinal chemistry to get the maximum correct answers in the GPAT examination. Okay, then next we'll have the instrumental methods of analysis. Okay, in the instrumental methods of analysis, we are having the FTIR, we are having the NMR, we are having the LC, that is HPLC, chromatographic technique, and we are also having the flame photometry, fluorometry, okay, and the UV visible spectroscopy. These are the most important. Hyphenated techniques are there, but hyphenated technique questions are rarely asking. Okay, so UPLC or the LCMS, MSMS type, tandem mass spectroscopy. Okay, these are the questions they will ask you. Okay, there is a one rearrangement is there, Mac-Lafferty rearrangement. From mass spectroscopy, one question is asked on the Mac-Lafferty rearrangement. Okay, so you just pay the attention or you just highlight that particular topic from the mass spectroscopy. That what we have to learn. We have to learn the Mac-Lafferty rearrangement, which will gives you the metastable ion. Okay, and that value of the metastable ion you can draw from the Mac-Lafferty rearrangement. Okay, that value of the metastable ions will be given as options, and by application of the Mac-Lafferty rearrangement you can choose the correct answer for that. Okay, so that is the part to be covered from the mass spectroscopy, Mac-Lafferty rearrangement and the fragmentation pattern for the important organic compounds. Then from NMR, okay, DEPT experiment is there. Okay, from the DEPT experiment and COSY spectroscopy, okay, correlation NMR spectroscopy is there. From that you have to identify the delta values and whatever the solvents we have used. Tetramethylsilane is used as an internal standard, CDCl3, DMSO, D6. These are the solvents used in the NMR spectroscopy. Whatever the regions where that particular delta values for the individual class of the functional group hydrogens, okay, they have been given 6 to 7. That is aromatic protons are there. For the OH it is 5.0. For 1 to 3 it is aliphatic protons which are attached to the carbon. Okay, there is a one rule called as a Pascal triangle rule. Okay, that is N+1 rule. If adjacent carbon contains the 2 hydrogens, then the next hydrogen which is present on the adjacent carbon atom will going to show you the triplet. That is the multiplication is there. That is called as N+1 rule, or it is also called as a Pascal triangle rule. That triangle rule or the N+1 rule one should thoroughly understand, where you will find out the nature of the peaks, that whether it is singlet, whether it is doublet, whether it is triplet, or whether it is quartet, or whether it is multiplet, that can be easily identified by this N+1 rule from the NMR. Then for IR, okay, the distinguishing point will be asked between the two compounds on the basis of the IR. So the regions for the functional group related to the C double bond O. Okay, I told you clearly there is a only one question will be asked from the FTIR chapter. That is what? Totally based upon the IR region of your ketonic group, that is carbonyl group, isn't it? So our focus from the FTIR chapter directly directed towards that particular functional group regions for the that only one topic, that is the ketonic group. So because what? Why it is there? Because carbonyl group is attached to the different functional group. It is not only the ketone, but it is aldehyde, it is carboxylic acid, it is ester, it is anhydride, isn't it? Because of that reason, due to the presence of this particular different functional group, the values are different. And because of that reason, the question maximally asked on this carbonyl group, difference between the two compounds based upon the IR region of the carbonyl group. That is one type of a question asked. Second type of a question, directly they will give the regions for the specific functional groups, and one has to identify the exact functional group region for that particular compound. Okay. Now the question comes from where to study these instrumental methods of analysis. Okay. So now instrumental methods of analysis, you cannot study from the one book. Okay. That is a major hurdle we are facing for this particular study. If you want to clear your concept about the mass spectroscopy, then you have to refer the different book. If you want to clear your concept about the NMR, then you have to refer the KEMP. Okay, KEMP, Organic Spectroscopy by KEMP. That book is available in our library. Okay, you can clear your concept for the NMR spectroscopy from the KEMP. If you want to clear your concept about the IR, then you have to refer the Silverstein. Okay, if you want to clear your concept about the chromatographic techniques, then you have to refer the Twist. Okay, that book is also there. Chromatography, separate chromatographic book is there, where you can get the maximum information about the indicator, that detectors, that ranges. Okay, UV, you can refer it from the simple Chatwal Anand. Okay, or you can have the Willard also. From Willard also you will get the maximum information about the UV spectroscopy. And if you want the summarized picture of this Woodward-Fisher rule from the UV is most important. You will going to have one question on this Woodward-Fisher rule, where you will get the maximum information. You will get the maximum information from the book called as Organic Spectroscopy by Pavia. Okay, Pavia, Organic Spectroscopy by Pavia, or Y.R. Sharma. Okay, Organic Spectroscopy by Y.R. Sharma. These two books are there, where you will get the correct information about the delta values, about the FTIR region, about the Woodward-Fisher rule, and the mass spectroscopy. Okay, the application based examples and their justification has been given in the Pavia book. Okay, so you can focus or you can refer that particular Pavia. For organic chemistry, you have to refer Jerry Marsh for the rearrangement reactions and the mechanism. For name reaction, you can have the Morrison Boyd. Okay, and if some people say that's a Morrison Boyd, it is very big book or large book, I cannot refer it. For them, simply you can have the Sanyal, SN Sanyal, the organic reaction mechanism book is available. You can refer that. If it is not available, then simply you can refer the Bahal and Bahal, Organic Chemistry by the Bahal and Bahal. In that book also they have given the reactions, name reactions and their products and their importance. Okay, in organic chemistry, the focus area is on the name reaction. Medicinal chemistry, the focus area is on the compound, its metabolite, and the metabolite which is responsible for showing the adverse effect. That is for the medicinal chemistry. Okay, for analysis, pharmaceutical analysis, from the titrimetric type of analysis, indicators are most important, and the solvents of non-aqueous titrations, that are most important. Then for the instrumental methods of analysis, UV, refer that particular ranges, then that transition, pi to pi star transition, sigma to pi transition, that transitions are important, and Woodward-Fisher rule is important. Okay, then for IR, the examples related to the ketonic functional group are important. Okay, you can refer the Silverstein for that. From NMR, the Pascal triangle rule or the N+1 rule, that is important, and the delta values are important. Okay, then your 2D Cauchy spectra, DEPT, okay, and that particular Orlen spectra, that is important. Then from the mass, McLafferty rearrangement, and the molecular ions or metastable ions, that are the important part from that particular topic. Okay, I had also told you the reference book which you have to refer for that particular subjects. Okay, So that is the important topics that we have to cover for that 38 questions. Okay, near about 5 to 10 questions already I discussed. Okay. Okay, so these are there. Now you can see the physical chemistry topic here, where we cannot get the any questions. Physical pharmacy type of a questions are asked on the colligative properties and that. Okay, so that part I will not going to cover, but just these are there. So these are the topics that are important from the organic chemistry. That is the general principles I told you, hybridization, that you have to pay the attention. Pericyclic reaction, okay, cycloaddition reaction, okay, Diel-Sundar reaction. The name reaction that you have to pay the more attention from this topic, pericyclic reaction, is the Diel-Sundar reaction. Aromaticity and the chemistry of aromatic compound, Huckel rule of aromaticity, that is the only question to be asked. Then amino acids, the structure of the amino acid, N-terminal amino acids and the C-terminal amino acids, that part you have to cover. Then polycyclic aromatic carbons, there is a one reaction which is useful for the synthesis of all the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Okay, so that reaction, name reaction, you have to study. Stereochemistry, important. Number of stereo center, N+1. Okay, that number of stereo centers and number of isomers. Okay, that rules you have to follow for this stereochemistry. And one more important topic, that is stereoselective reactions and the stereo specific reaction. Carbohydrates, Fischer rule or Fischer assumptions. You have to identify the Fischer configuration, D sugar and the L sugar. If your hydroxy group attached to the most easily oxidizable carbon, it is on the right hand side, then that sugar is D sugar. If it is on the left hand side, then that sugar is L sugar. Okay, then the reactions and the specific optical rotation, that values are important for the delta dextroglucose, dextrofructose, and the lactose and the maltose. For these four, you have to remember the specific optical rotation possessed by that particular sugars. That is important. You will going to have a question on that particular part also from the carbohydrates. Heterocyclic chemistry, again, name reaction and the decreasing order, effect of the substituent on their acidic character, basic character, and the name reactions, name reaction which are useful for the synthesis. Say for example, for the synthesis of indole, we'll have a Fischer-indole synthesis. For the synthesis of pyrrole, we'll have a Palnor synthesis, norpyrrole or the Hunch-pyridine synthesis. So these name reactions are important from the heterocyclic chemistry. Then their IUPAC nomenclature and the numbering, it is also important. Numbering of the heterocycles. Okay, a simple way is there to remember the structure, that is depend upon the that particular suffix INE. Okay, if the name of the heterocycle end up with the INE, it indicates that it is a 6-membered heterocycle, isn't it? If it is end up with the OLE, it is 5-membered heterocycle. If it is end up with the 7-membered heterocycle, the name will be end up with the epine, EPINE. Okay, so that suffix is there, that indicates that our compound is a 7-membered compound. Okay, so such small tricks are there. If you remember that, then the structure remembers will be more easily. Okay, so that part we have to cover in the organic chemistry. In organic chemistry, the most important part is the monographs. Okay, so here only official compendia is sufficient to refer in this inorganic chemistry, that is Indian Pharmacopoeia. Whatever the appendices are there, in the appendices they have given the certain standard values. Okay, so that standard values related to the pharmaceutical impurities and the monographs and the special kind of a characterization methods, that we have to remember, or we have to collect that information from the Indian Pharmacopoeia, make a notes of it, and that may be asked. That is important because maximally you will get a 1 or 2 question from the inorganic chemistry on that particular topic. Then medicinal chemistry, already I told you, you have to refer the William Foy. Okay, and which topic you have to cover? Mostly the name of the drug, its active metabolite, and the metabolite which is responsible for the adverse effect or the side effect. That part you have to cover. You have to make a chart of it, and from that chart at least 3 questions will be there. At least 3 questions you will get from that particular topic. Okay, name of the class of the organic compound, that particular compound or the drug, its metabolite, and that metabolite responsible for which type of a toxicity, hepatotoxicity, nephrotoxicity, or any other. Okay, for that you can refer the 6th edition or the 7th edition of the William Foy. In that they are given all the information. Then pharmaceutical analysis, already I told you, mass spectroscopy, titrometric analysis, indicators are most important. You can refer the Bucket and Stenlake, where the charts of the indicators are given. The name of the indicators you have to remember. And then potentiometry, this gravimetry, electroanalytical methods of analysis are there. From that also you will going to have 1 or 2 question. pH metry, potentiometry, okay, then polarography. Okay, so from that you will get the 1 or 2 questions. Residual current is what do you mean by the other concepts, okay, related to that you have to learn from the Bucket and Stenlake. They are given the information. The questions will be drawn from the Bucket and Stenlake only. Then for instrumental method of analysis, I told you UV, you have to refer that transition levels, and you have to refer the Woodward-Fisher rule. One question definitely will be there on the Woodward-Fisher rule. Okay, then flame photometry, that none question you will going to find out from the flame photometry, but identification of the elements potassium, sodium, and calcium, that can be done on the basis of this flame photometry. The ranges and the indicators that you have to identify. Infrared, I told you, ketonic group, the functional group ranges for the ketone, that is important. You will get a 1 or 2 question from the infrared spectroscopy. You have to refer the PAVIA for that. The chart is given. You have to remember all the functional group ranges for the ketonic group. Carboxylic acid, anhydride, ketone, aldehyde, esters, and the anhydrides. For that you have to remember the functional group ranges. Okay, then these are there. Chromatography, where I told you height equivalent to Van Dimter equation, that is most important part. Okay, then HPLC, GC, where you have to remember the detectors, you have to remember the pumps, and whatever the pressure that is executed through that particular pump. Okay, because based upon that values are most important. HTP values are most important. Van Dimter equation is most important, and the applications of these particular chromatographic techniques are important. Nuclear magnetic resonance, NMR, I told you Pascal triangle, the number of signals, nature of the signals, and the delta values. These are important for the this NMR. You can refer the values from the organic spectroscopy by PAVIA. Okay, from that PAVIA you can refer it. Okay. Okay, then biochemistry, Satyanarayan, UB Satyanarayan is there. That books you can refer for this biochemistry questions. Okay, sometimes the chances are that biochemistry, though I had put up in the minor subject, but sometimes if an examiner is there, he or she can give the maximum weightage to the biochemistry questions also. Okay, so you can refer the nucleic acid related questions are maximally asked. Okay, so that chapter you have to thoroughly prepare along with the proteins and the carbohydrates. Okay, where the maximum questions will be asked, along with the metabolic cycles, that is Krebs cycle, TCA cycle, your HMP shunt pathway. Okay, then urea cycle. Okay, so number of ATP generated, number of NADPH generated, number of FTP generated. Okay, so that we have to identify. And hereditary diseases, the diseases are most important. You will going to find a question on the hereditary diseases from the biochemistry. Okay, near about 1 or 2 questions will be asked from this particular hereditary diseases. So that part you have to cover from the your UB Satyanarayan book. Okay, so these are the important things that one has to understand and one has to pay the attention in relation to the pharmaceutical chemistry. 38 questions are there, 152 marks. For that we have to prepare the pharmaceutical chemistry, and total weightage, it is near about 33%. So out of 100%, 33%, 1/3 weightage has been given to this particular subject, that is pharmaceutical chemistry. So maximally the important topic, backward disintegration, you have to do of the syllabus or the topics to be covered, and the attention or the maximum study you have to do from that particular topics, and easily you can identify the trends, which type of a questions will be asked from the previous 5 years question paper. You study that, and if you find any questions or any doubts, then you can share with the respected professor also. My email ID are there. Okay, you can convey your messages to the through the email ID. I also answer the questions through your mail also. Okay, so this is all about. Okay, if you have any doubt, any questions, you can ask.
So participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute and you can ask, sir. I hope sir has answered all your queries. Exact how the preparation for the subject, that is pharmaceutical chemistry, should be done, and which books to refer, and what are the tips and tricks while preparing for pharmaceutical chemistry. And the most important message that he has given is don't fear or don't keep the fear in your mind for the subject that is chemistry.
That is most important. You should try to face the chemistry because it is having the maximum weightage, and without chemistry there are the hardly few chances are there, less chances are there to qualify the GPAT examination. You have to take the lead in the chemistry subject and the physics subject maximally to score good marks in the GPAT examination. So backward disintegration is most important. You refer the question papers, and from question paper backward disintegration of the syllabus, if you do, then it is most important. Then you will get the desired result. Okay, whatever expected result are there for you, that you will get.
So is there any question?
Hello, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. Sir, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, how to remember structure of drugs?
Okay, structure you have to remember depending upon the name only. For example, if your structure of the diazepine is there, okay, so diazepam or the diazepam, diazepam, okay, the name itself indicates the structure. Di stands for the 2, aza stands for the nitrogen, and pam, okay, azapam, epam is there, na? So it is a 7-member ring which consists of the 2 nitrogen are there, okay, and the rest of the things, there is the presence of the nitro group and the other aromatic ring that you can remember. So depending upon the name only, you can remember the structure. For that particular purpose, you just remember the one thing, that if your name of the drug or the compound is end up with the OLE, means it contains the 5-membered heterocycle. If your compound is name is end up with the INE, then that particular compound have a 6-membered heterocycle containing nitrogen, okay, and then so on. 7-member is there, then it is epine. 8-member is there, then it is ocene. Okay, so depending upon that suffix, last 3 words, you can remember the structure backwardly. Okay, from name only you can remember the structure. From name, just that name you have to break. Okay, diazepam. Di means 2, aza means nitrogen, pam, epam, that is nothing but the 7-membered ring which consists of the 2 nitrogen, and there is a presence of functional groups. So what is the functional group? There is a presence of nitro groups and there is a presence of benzene. So that you can adjust, that will be the structure for the diazepam. In this way you have to remember. Okay.
Is anybody having any other question? So there is a question in chat box. Is synthesis of compound is important for medicinal chemistry?
Yes. Synthesis of compound is important, where the name reactions are involved. Okay, so in that name reaction related synthesis are most important. Okay, so for example, we are having the synthesis of phenytoin. Okay, phenytoin, it is an anti-epileptic drug, and that can be synthesized by the phenacol-phenacolone type of rearrangement. So that is the principle involved. So you will have a question on that principle. Yeah, how will you in the synthesis of the phenytoin, which type of reaction is involved? So your answer should be rearrangement reaction. The options they have given, that addition reaction, substitution reaction, oxidation reduction reaction, or rearrangement reaction. So in that case, your answer will be rearrangement reaction. And which rearrangement? Specifically, it is pinacol-pinacolone type of rearrangement. So some such questions are there. Anthranylic acid, synthesis of anthranylic acid. It is done on the basis of Hofmann rearrangement. Your synthesis of the beta-lactam antibiotics, it is based upon the Beckmann rearrangement. Okay, so that questions, there is a involvement of the name reaction in the synthesis of the drugs. At that time, you have to remember that. It is important. You will have a question on that.
Is anybody having any question?
Okay, one question is there from the Samir Sheikh that what parameters we should remember in the biochemistry. Okay, so parameters to be remembered in the biochemistry, that is the in carbohydrate, you have to remember the specific rotation for the 4 sugars like glucose, fructose, lactose, and maltose. Then you have to remember the Fischer projection formula, where you can identify whether it is dextro sugar, D sugar, or the L sugar, capital D and L. And one more thing, that is the hereditary diseases. Okay, so which are the hereditary diseases that are occurs due to the deficiency of the that particular amino acids or that proteins or that particular carbohydrates, that you have to remember. Then that physiological parameters that we have cover, normal constituent of the urine and abnormal constituent of urine, and that parameters, Gaucher disease is there, and the others are there, liver function test, kidney function test. Okay, and the metabolic cycles. These factors you have to remember from the biochemistry. That is important. Number of ATP generated, number of NADPH generated, number of GTP generated, number of FTP generated, that you have to remember from the metabolic cycles. And that enzymes also, which enzyme is responsible for the conversion.
There is another one question in the chat box, sir. How to remember structure activity relationship of any drug?
Structure activity relationship of any drug. Okay, depending upon the general structure, you can remember the structure activity relationship for any drug. Say for example, we are having the benzodiazepines. Okay, so this, if you want to remember the structure activity relationship of benzodiazepines, so at that time, first of all, you have to know the general structure of benzodiazepine. The name itself indicates the structure. Benzo means there is a presence of benzene. Okay, benzo, diazepine. Okay, di means what? 2. Aza means nitrogen, and pine, epine means what? It is a 7-membered ring. So 7-membered ring which consists of the 2 nitrogen and the benzene ring, that is benzodiazepine. Okay, simple. 2 benzene rings are there which are attached to the 7-membered ring which consists of the 2 nitrogen. Okay, so that is the basic structure of benzodiazepine. And from that benzodiazepine, what are the substituents are there that will increases the activity or the decreases the activity, that you have to remember. So for that, one general rule is there. Okay, say for example, if a compound increases the electron density on that particular heterocycle which is present in the structure of the drug, at that time that particular substituent will going to increase the biological activity. And if the substituent is electron withdrawing in nature, at that time the number of electrons decreases, hence the lipophilicity of drug decreases and the activity of that particular drug goes on decreasing. So this is a thumb rule. Okay, this is a thumb rule. You can have the apply it for the each and every structure. You can observe the structure activity relationship and you can study, you can draw the one common conclusion. The groups which are electron donating, you will find that groups increases the biological activity. The groups which are electron withdrawing in nature, that will decrease the electron density on the central heterocycle. That kind of a substituents will going to decrease the biological activity. Okay, so you have to remember that electron withdrawing groups and electron donating groups and their position. Okay, if it is position, at which position it is responsible for the drug interaction. If maximum drug interactions are there, then the activity is going to increase. If the minimum drug interactions are there, at that time the binding of that drug to the receptor decreases and the desired biological activity is also decreases. So depending upon that, just these general statements you have to remember, and on the basis of that you can write, you can remember the SAR of each and every class of organic compound. Yes, anything else?
So you can unmute and you can ask. We have disabled that option, enable that option to unmute if anyone is having any question.
One chat box question is there. Sir, is there any need to remember the standard value of saponification? No need. Saponification RM value Richel Misset constant. That is asked. Sometimes they will ask this RM number for the specific oils. RM number specific oils. Okay, they will ask the question on the RM number, not on the acid value, saponification value, but on the RM number they will going to ask the question. But very few times, it is not the regularized question. I hardly find in the last 5 years question paper the question is there. Okay, one question is there in the chat box. Sir, I'm in the second year B Pharmacy and the most important chapter in the pharmaceutical organic chemistry. Okay, you should start with that particular benzene and aromaticity. In the semester 3, you will have the important topic benzene and aromaticity, phenols, and chemistry of polycyclic compounds. These 3 topics you have to remember. Huckel rule of aromaticity and benzene. That is most important. That is basic Huckel rule of aromaticity. If you remember, then it is most important for you to study the heterocycles. Okay, anything else? If there, you can ask. Yeah, electrophilic substitution reactions, Friedel-Crafts reactions. You will find the question on the Friedel-Crafts alkylation and Friedel-Crafts acylation. I told you now, organic chemistry, mostly you have to remember the name reaction. Whatever the name reaction comes in your syllabus, just note down it as important for your GPAT examination. You will going to have a maximum chances are there. The question will be asked on the name reactions.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
My name is Pooja Jagtap. I have a question. How to remember the mechanism of action of a particular drug?
Mechanism of action. Okay, mechanism of action is depend. You have to remember it on the basis of the classification. Actually, some classifications has been given on the basis of the mechanism of action only. Say, for example, classification of antihypertensive drug. Okay, they have classified it on the basis of the mechanism of action only. Aldosterone antagonists, ACE inhibitors, okay, angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. So if you remember the classification, then that particular answer will be solved. Okay, you have to just remember the first letter. You have to make the one letter for that. Okay, from that first particular angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor is there, ACE inhibitor, isn't it? Aldosterone antagonist is there. 2A are there. So A square, antihypertensive A square. So and classification of antihypertensive A square. A square means what? 2 A's are there. First A is for aldosterone antagonist. Second A is for the angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor. In such a way, you have to remember it.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, SN1, SN2 reaction. Okay, these are not important, that much important. And name reactions are important. Name reactions. These are general mechanisms. SN1, SN2, these are the general mechanism. I told you, name reactions are important. Riemer-Tiemann reaction, Kolb reaction, Hofmann rearrangement. Where the name of the scientist is there, that reactions are important. Stereochemistry, stereoselective reaction, stereospecific reaction. And that particular rules, number of isomers, stereoisomer present, if the stereo center is 1 or 2, n raised to 2 is there. The formula is n raised to 2, where n is nothing but the number of stereo center present in the given molecule. If it is having the 1 stereo center, then it is having the 2 stereoisomer. If there is a 2 stereo centers, then it is having the 4 stereoisomer. The rule is called as n raised to 2, where n is nothing but the number of stereo center in the that particular compound. Yeah, NMR, numerical values is important. Delta values are important. You can refer Pavia, organic spectroscopy by Pavia, where you will get the idea about the NMR spectroscopic and the delta values. Anything else you can ask? Okay, in biochemistry, lots of metabolism cycles are there. So you have to remember the cycle by writing it several times. There is no other option is there to remember the metabolic cycles. Okay, from metabolic cycles you have to remember it by drawing it several times. But I told you that for GPAT point of view, metabolic cycles, whole cycle is not important. The important enzyme conversions are there now, that are important, where the steps where there is a generation of ATP takes place, the steps where there is a generation of NADPH takes place, and there is the steps where there is a generation of APDH takes place. Okay, so that steps and their enzymes, that is important in the metabolic cycles. And how many number of ATPs are generated, NADPH are generated, FTP are generated, that you have to remember. Microbiology, okay, in microbiology there are some questions which are related to the microorganisms. So biological indicators are there. Okay, I think you have heard about these biological indicators which are used for that testing of the hot air oven, then your that particular autoclave, then for the radiation sterilization, ethane, that oxide gaseous sterilization. For that, whatever the biological indicators we are using, you will going to have one question on that biological indicators definitely every time. Physical indicators, chemical indicators, and the biological indicators. You can get this name of the indicators from the Remington Pharmaceutical Sciences. The book is available. In that, one chapter is there on the sterilization. In that sterilization, they have given one beautiful chart table on that chemical indicators and the biological indicators. Refer that. You will going to have one question on definitely on that biological indicators from microbiology. Yeah, all the classes of the organic therapeutic agents are important. Anti-diabetic, anti-arrhythmic, anti-hypertensive, each and every one. Only thing is that we have to remember the metabolite which is responsible for the specific adverse drug reaction. That we have to remember. For every class of drug, you have to remember that. There are the very few drugs are there. You have to identify that. Cyclophosphamide, acrolein, nephrotoxicity. This is the only drug from that particular anti-cancer category which is responsible for the nephrotoxicity. So such a way you have to remember only that drug. Then and then only it is specifically. It will become specific. Anything else? Okay.
I hope sir has answered all the questions, and
Hello,
it
sir.
reflects that students are having questions, and this was the only motto of Matushri Institute of Pharmacy, that whatever the questions are evolving in the mind of all the student participants, they should get answered by the experts in the field. So for that only these sessions are being organized. But there are some mischievous things done in the session. We are very sorry, sir, for this thing. We identified that person. Someone Rama's Galaxy named person was changing the names, and he was only doing that mischievous thing. We removed him, and but because of him, you had got a lot of trouble. We are very sorry.
No. That things are going to happen, sir. Actually, these students are there, and they will going to qualify the examination, sir. No doubt, because I know that they are active more than this. Isn't it?
So,
that is indicated.
Positive thing is that most of the people are having questions. They are asking in the chat box. They are unmuting. They are asking to sir, asking on personal WhatsApp of mine about email address, contact number of all the speakers. This positivity always motivates the organizer. So let it be. Whatever the mischievous thing has been happened over here, we are very sorry for that. So now it's time for to propose vote of thanks to Professor Deepak Musmade sir. And one more thing about Professor Deepak Musmade sir, that he has guided his many students for research projects since from their graduation. I am one of the beneficiary from him. He was my guide in my graduation period, and we had received more than 4 to 5 awards in state and national level competitions. So thank you for that also.
Welcome. You deserve it. You deserve it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now it's time to propose vote of thanks. So I am very thankful to Professor Mr. Deepak Musmade sir, principal, for accepting our invitation and sparing his valuable time for this session. I am also thankful to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for associating us for organizing this event. I am also thankful to management and principal Matushri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore Yevla, for initiating this activity and coordinating this activity. Last but not the least, all the participants for their patient listening. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, the link will be shared in the chat box. You can fill the attendance over there. So I declare that today's sessions are over and we will again connect on next Sunday at the same time, that is 9:30, and we will have discussions for pharmaceutics, pharmacology, and the most important, that is discussion with the topper of GPAT and NIPER examination. So thank you so much for all for your patient listening.